Thanks, Deanne. Well, good morning, everyone. As I say, welcome to our final ordinary meeting of Council for 2024. We do have a special meeting of Council tomorrow afternoon in a planning matter. Today is the last of the ordinary meetings of Council. And I welcome everyone, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Rebecca, councillors. Councillor Shine is online and we've confirmed that he is online and listening. So welcome to you, Councillor Shine. You'll be recorded as attending here today as well. Our acting CEO, Anne-Marie Johnson. Welcome to you, Anne-Marie, and our GMs that are present in the room and acting GMs. Welcome to you and welcome to all of those who have gathered both in situ, in the chambers, and those that are watching online. We do appreciate your attendance today. This meeting is being live streamed and therefore not only can you watch it live, but you can also go back and watch it at a later date if you require that to happen as well. Before I begin the opening with the acknowledgement of traditional owners, I wanted to just make commentary on a couple of things. First of which is that today marks the end of the United Nations 16 days of activism, where we stand united as a community alongside Zonta and say no to violence against women and girls worldwide. We also celebrate Human Rights Day today, where we recognise it doesn't matter who you are or where you've come from, everyone deserves basic rights and freedoms. And I thank you on behalf of councillors and our community to the Zonshans clubs of Toowoomba, Garden City, and the Zonta E Club as well for holding a flag raising ceremony this morning. And thank you very much to them and all of those that were involved. We also have a couple of projects, a couple of things that I'd like to mention by way of acknowledgement before we begin the meeting proper. And that is that the Pierce Street project, councillors will know of the Active Street project, again has been awarded with another award. The Engineers Australia Toowoomba Regional Council's Project of the Year Award, but most recently the We Ride Australia National Luminaries Award for the Built Environment and the Institute of Public Works Engineering Australasia Queensland Northern Territory Excellence Award for Innovation. So that's now 3 awards that project has received, and we acknowledge and thank the various sections of council involved in the project, including transport, planning and drainage, planning, construction and maintenance central, the sign shop and stakeholder engagement. So thank you to those teams, and we do appreciate that these things happen. You don't expect to be getting accolades regularly for a lot of things, but to have 3 for one project I think is great recognition for that project. So well done to all the team. And the final values moment I'd like to share with you is that, and we often say it and it's quite true, the strength of our organisation is our people. And last week we recognised the outstanding contributions of our staff who were nominated by a peer for the Council's 2024 CEO Award. And this award recognises commitment to our values and behaviours and excellent customer service. This year's the CEO Award was hotly contested, and so much so that it was shared between 2 outstanding winners. Carrie Musgrove is the Manager of Planning. Carrie will be representing here today later on as the Acting GM for Planning and Development. Carrie was nominated many times, in fact, for what has been described as an empathetic, strong communicator who brings authenticity to every conversation. So congratulations to Carrie. And Shane Morris, who's been an employee of Council for over 30 years. His nomination spoke of how he gives of his time generously and has a reputation for his kind, understanding, respectful approach to every interaction, providing exceptional customer service to our staff and our community. So congratulations to Carrie and Shane. Can you give them a round of applause, folks? Thank you. Thank you and well done. We then move to the meeting proper, which is the opening and acknowledgement of traditional owners. So can I begin by acknowledging our Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guybil and Jarrawa and the Bigawal peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Councillors, we have quite the agenda today. Some councillor interactions and some officer reports that will come through. So I just want to remind ourselves in our final meeting for the year, for the ordinary meeting, of our values of accountability, safety and wellbeing, teamwork, honesty and respect, and run that as a theme through today's deliberations. And I call for some patience as well, councillors, which runs fairly thin this time of year, I have to say. It's always a challenge when we get close to the end of the year and our fuel tank seems to be well below quarter full. So today, if I can ask for a bit of patience as we work through, particularly our conflicts of interest and other things that will come forward. So thank you for your indulgence there. Our second item of business is the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment, of which we don't have any today, but certainly we're aware of some that have already indicated a willingness to have a deputation early in the year. We move then to item number 3, councillors, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence and declaration of conflicts of interest. We don't have any apologies, acknowledging Councillor Shine had indicated that he may have been an apology, but he's now online, so welcome to you, Councillor Shine. We have a granting of leave of absence from Councillor Gary Gardner. Councillor Gary, would you like to indicate when that may be?
Yeah, I request to be granted leave of absence from the special meeting of council, which may be scheduled on the 22nd of January 25 and the ordinary meeting of 21st of January 25.
Thanks, Councillor Gardner. We moved by Councillor Carol Taylor, seconded by Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff. Those in favour? That motion is carried. Councillor Shine, you're voting yes? I can't see.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I might get you to indicate that when I ask Councillor Shine when we get to the votes, if that's okay.
Sure.
We then, are there any other leaves of absence that anyone would like to raise at this stage that isn't already recorded? If there's not, we then move to the declarations of conflicts of interest, noting that councillors will have received your sheets which relate to the previous meetings of the committee meeting, where you read those out. The first one I will go to is Councillor Gary Gardner for items 8.3, 8.4 and 8.6. Councillor Gary.
Infrastructure Committee. I request that it be amended that I declared a conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the Infrastructure Committee of the 3rd of December 24, and of my decision to participate in the decision about the matter include by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Item 8.4, an Environmental Community Committee. I request that it be amended that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 7 at the Environment and Community Committee on 4th of December 24, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter is being discussed and voted on. However, as my related company does not have an interest in the parcel land, I wish to participate in this decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge the eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to clause 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, include by voting on the matter, must leave the meeting, include any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Councillor Gary, I'm just highlighting the report, which was item number 7, and it was the strategic land acquisition.
Yeah.
It was a confidential matter, confidential item, and last week you did declare and left the room for the voting of the matter.
Yeah.
Today, however, you'd like councillors to make a determination on whether A, you can participate in the decision, including voting.
Yeah.
B, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter.
Yeah. Or
3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Yeah.
That's what you're asking, councillors. Councillors, do we have any questions in regard to this item? So this is item number 7, on the Environment Committee, which is the strategic land acquisition, given the councillor has indicated by way of reason. Councillor Gary, can you just repeat that small section of the reason why you feel you'd like councillors to reassess this?
As my regulated company does not have an interest in this parcel of land, I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Gary. Councillors, are there any questions in regard to this particular matter? This is the strategic land acquisition. It is a confidential matter, so if we need to dig deeply into that, this is really about conflicts. Councillor Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Councillor Gardner, at the committee meeting, did you declare the conflict and leave?
I did.
So that was out of abundance of caution?
Yep.
And now you've said your related party does not have an interest in the matter?
That's right.
So I'm happy to move that Gary Gardner can stay in the meeting.
Councillor Tim, so your suggestion is you're happy to move the first option, which is may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. And your reasons are, as per Councillor Gary's, which was, and Deanne's made a note of those, in regard to his related party.
Reasons is, according to him, he does not have a conflict in this matter.
Because his related parties don't have an interest in the... I'm just trying to get that wording right from a reporting perspective. A seconder for that, seconded by Councillor Manteifel. Are there any questions, councillors, in regard to this matter? Councillor Carl?
Yeah, I guess my question is, given the proximity of this piece of land to Councillor Gardner's related parties and the holdings there, could it in fact have some bearing on what happens with this piece of land in question and the relationship of the related parties that Councillor Gardner alludes to and their activities in the future? And I just draw from personal experience around, and I'm sure there are other councillors around the room that can draw on personal experience around proximity and declarations and how that's been dealt with in the past.
So your question, it's a question to Councillor Gary. We're allowed questions at this time. So your question, just to put it, whether, I'm not trying to put words into your mouth, Councillor Carl, but you're asking Councillor Gary if, irrespective of what he's declared today, will it still have an impact due to the related parties that are close by? Is that basically it? Councillor Gary? Yeah.
I can say no because, there's a whole highway separates it. It's wrong zoning and I have no interest at all in it. It's... I don't know how far you got to be away from a block of land to say you don't have an interest in it. It's,
Councillor Carl?
Yeah, well, Councillor Gardner, I can assure you that it's more than a highway width away from personal experience.
Thank you. Councillor, any other councillors got questions in regard to this matter? Councillor Edwina, this is questions for Councillor Gary.
Yeah, Councillor Gary, will whatever happens to the parcel of land that Councillor's referring to and your parcel, the development of Council's parcel of land, will that affect future value of your property in any way?
no.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions, councillors, in regard to this matter? There's no other questions. We've got a mover, Councillor Tim, in regard to option 1, which is that the Councillor Gary can participate in the decision about the matter, including voting on the matter. It was seconded by Councillor Trevor Manteifel. And you need to go into debate. There's no need to go into debate. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? 2, 3, 1. Now, Councillor Shine, you'll be called to vote here.
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2, just keep your hand up if you don't mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Yes, in favour of that motion?
Yes.
Okay, well, the motion is carried. Councillor Gardner, you can stay in the room and vote. Because it's around conflicts of interest, We should record those votes, Deanne, I would imagine. So just hands up again if you don't mind. So Councillor Kerry, James, Councillor James, Councillor Tim, Councillor Trevor, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Carol, Councillor Melissa. So it's one, I'm just getting the numbers right for you, Deanne. Okay. And and all the others will be against. All right. So we've moved through that one. Then we go to item 8, that was 8.4, Councillor Gardner. Then we move to 8.6, which is a net declaration. This is around the incentives policy, Councillor Gardner.
I request that it be minute that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to the item number 4 in the Economic Development Committee on 4th of December 24 and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was being discussed and voted on. However, as none of my related entities have any active application relating to the matter, I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councils must now determine, pursuant to clause 150S of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councils discuss and vote on the matter, or may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thanks, Councillor Gardner. So just if you can just narrow down that one sentence around the reasons why, just so that councillors can potentially ask questions on that.
None of my related entities have an active application relating to this matter. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. Questions, councillors, in regard to this particular matter? This is just for our knowledge. It's the incentives policy, extension of extension policies. That's what it's relation to. Any questions, councillors, in regard to this? Councillor Shine, do you have any questions?
No.
Thank you. Councillors, are there, Councillor James?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Chair. So to Councillor Gardner, though, in the past, though, have yourself or any of your companies received any of these grants that we are subject to at the moment?
You just put...
I'm not aware of any grants, but I can't be 100% certain. Personally, I cannot recall any grants we've received. No.
So this is a policy, an incentive policy, separate from a grant. It's an incentive policy.
I probably used the wrong word, not grants, incentives, then, if you will. But yeah, under the policy, received any of the incentives? So same answer, I assume. Sorry, I just used the word grants, which probably, I apologise, was probably the incorrect wording.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to this particular matter? Okay, well, we've got 3 options, councillors, in regard to Councillor Gardner's declaration. First of which is may participate in the decision about the matter, including voting. Second is leave the meeting, set aside and stay away while it's discussed and voted. And third, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions. Councillor Rebecca, a question?
Yeah, just a question. Thanks, Chair. Through you to Councillor Gardner. Councillor Gardner, can you give us an idea of what changed between last week and this week for the advice or your position to shift in relation to this declaration?
I spoke to my lawyers. That's what.
So you've got independent advice to okay. Councillors, there's 3 options. Any other questions before we go to, I ask someone for a motion in regard to this? Councillor Shine, no question?
No.
Okay. Councillors,
No
we've got 3 options there before us. Is councillors, anyone prepared to put forward a motion? Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. As Councillor Gardner has no active things in the system right now, and that won't, active incentives in play, and this is a policy decision, I believe that he has nothing more to gain or lose than any other person within the industry. So I would like to put forward that he may participate in the decision about the matter, including voting on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. And you've given the reasons as well, which Deanne will make note of, and if we need to record afterwards, we will do that. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Trevor, will second the motion. Councillor Bill, question?
Just some clarity. Is it in fact anything to do with whether there's an application in the system or not? Because this is about a policy position of council, you know, as a potential beneficiary, I would have thought that it's irrespective. I just can cite instances in the past where it's irrespective of whether there's any active applications or any activity in relation to a matter. That is irrespective.
I'll just ask the Acting CEO, Councillor Carl, if that's okay, to make a comment there.
So the question here is whether or not Councillor Gardner could benefit from the policy, not whether he is currently, but whether he can in the future. So I think councillors need to consider that. So it's a question for Councillor Gardner. At a future time, Councillor, is it possible that you could benefit?
I don't know what the future holds. So.
Good, thank you. So we've got a mover, Councillor Edwina, second to Councillor Trevor. Councillor Kerry, have you got any questions before we put this to the vote?
No questions.
No questions, okay. Any need to go into debate, councillors? No need to go into debate. We've got the motion before you. Councillor Gary Gardner may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and Councillor Gary would not be voting on the matter either way, obviously. So you got 4. Just put those up again if you don't mind. Councillor Tim, Councillor Trevor, Councillor Edwina and Councillor Shine as 4. Those against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 and 4 is 10. That's correct. So Deanne, you've got those right. That motion is lost. So therefore, councillors, we have an option for another second motion. Anyone else got another motion? The motion is lost at the moment. That Councillor Gardner can't stay in the room and vote on the matter. Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. I just revert to the motion of last week's meeting.
So the motion from last week is that the councillor must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter. That's yours, Councillor Rebecca. The reasons will be similar to what was said last week. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor James. Okay, no need to go into debate. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
1, 2. Okay, so Councillor Shine, I'll call them out. So Councillor Shine, Councillor James, Councillor Bill, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Melissa, Councillor Rebecca and myself. Okay, and those against? The same. Right, and record again that Councillor Gardner did not vote on the matter. Okay, Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just need to go back to Councillor Gardner's declaration in relation to 8.3. And this was one that I raised with Councillor Gardner prior to the meeting today, which is that in the group reports for this month under the Infrastructure Services Group, it says that there are several projects that are currently under assessment in relation to Subordinate Local Law 1.15 that are related to Councillor Gardner. Those haven't been declared at the moment. But if we go to the attachment 1 of the group reports, Infrastructure Services Group, it says that there was an application lodged on the 18th of November 2024, which is currently under assessment, FKG. And that there's also an application that was lodged on the 19th of November, also by FKG. It's under assessment, but is considered an incomplete application. And then there's also the 27th of August GFG projects is also still under assessment.
Okay, so Councillor Rebecca, what we're referring to is the item that was spoken about earlier, which was the declaration, pardon me, of item number 3 in the Infrastructure Committee.
That's right.
Which is subordinate local law number 1.15, carrying out works on a road or interfering with a road or its operation. Now, Councillor Gardner last at the meeting was allowed to stay and participate in the matter. This information has been discovered by the sounds, and it's in group report today.
It's in the information in councillors' board packs for today's meeting.
Yeah. So thank you for raising that. Councillor Gary, sorry?
And I did give Councillor Gardner the courtesy of raising it with him prior.
Thank you. Because I'm from recollection, it was because there were nothing live at the moment was raised at the last meeting from Councillor Gary. So, Councillor Gary, does that change your thinking in regard to the declaration?
Well, the 1 of August is a finished application. Conveniently come through the day after the last meeting. And as GM Mike Brady is simply presenting a report, no decision is before council about the report. I'm unsure why a conflict of interest needs to be declared. However, if it makes my fellow councillors happy, I would like to declare that there are currently 2 outstanding road closure applications from my associate entities with council, and that we mentioned in the report, again, as there is no voting or decision before council, I would choose to remain in the meeting. However, I will respect the decision of the meeting on whether I can remain and participate in the presentation, as there is no decisions to be made.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. I think...
And I think it goes back to, I am not going to benefit any more or less than anyone else in this matter. I beg someone to show me where I will.
Councillor Gary, from reflection, was also a statement made that this would not be retrospective. This policy would not be retrospective was another reason for your commentary last time.
Yeah.
And that was reaffirmed at the last meeting. Yeah. Thank you.
And the way it's proceeding, it's going to be months and months before this is resolved. So, and I think I'm the only one in the room that can offer any substance to any debate on this law.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. So, Councillor Rebecca, in regard to you raising the matter, and you've heard Councillor Gardner's response to that, would you like to go a step further, or let the matter lie?
Yeah, and that is firstly to say that this is an awful position for councillors, all of us councillors. This is a really difficult, terrible position, but nonetheless, it is a position that we are under the Local Government Act. And in fact, we have obligations ourselves, and if we don't act on those obligations, we are in violation of that act. So, Chair, I don't think that there's even there's no provisions in the Act under prescribed conflicts of interest for voting. It just says if we look at our little, we just have to play this with a very straight bat. And under the laminated form that we've got here, it says a prescribed conflict of interest is a specific, clear list of situations where legislation states that you must not participate in decisions. And then it says if you or a close associate, and it details any company or entity that you or close associates own, part own, or have an interest in. And then it says have a prescribed conflict of interest, which includes an application or written submission to council for the grant of a licence, permit, registration, or approval for consideration under the Local Government Act if still undecided. And then the management of it is that to notify the CEO and so on and so forth, leave the meeting, taking no part in decisions about the matter or debate about the matter. Outside the meeting, take no part in workshops, briefings, or influencing others. So I just going straight by what's before us, and if a councillor has a different interpretation of that, I'm all ears.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Acting CEO has got the information here as well.
Now, I think as Councillor Rebecca has just spelled out, it's quite clear what the guidelines are saying.
And so therefore it would be prescribed conflict of interest. As per the guidelines, it's prescribed conflict of interest.
No, but anyway, it's about levying laws and charges. It's I'm not. I will not benefit from this, and it'll be no greater than anyone else under declarable conflicts. Like it's so you can look at it both ways.
And it is an
No,
interpretation of what it is.
Interpretation, and
That's right.
I'm quite happy to run the gauntlet. So
yeah. And we've also got the option, as we have done in the past, to do, and you've asked councillors to do that, Councillor Gary, and we will. We'll go through the options that councillors have, as it is interpretation of what that is there. And Councillor, sorry, demoted you, Anne Marie. The acting CEO has also reaffirmed the same wording and what that interpretation is from her behalf as well. So, councillors, there is an option for us, and the option is that we can shift this to a vote for a prescribed conflict of interest, as well as a declarable vote. And that's certainly what we can do. So, Councillor Rebecca, if you're comfortable to move that it is a prescribed conflict, then we can go to the vote. If not, we can do the declarable conflict of interest and have the options of staying in, and the three options that are available to us.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll just ask for clarity because I didn't think that there were any provisions for councillors to vote on a prescribed conflict of interest. Can we just get clarity on that, please?
And so just reading through the guidelines here, I think that's correct. So it just said leave the meeting, taking no part in decisions about the matter, debate about the matter, and take no part workshops, briefings, or influencing others.
So therefore, that is the case. However, we have a councillor here who has said that he's willing for others to decide as well what that is. And I'm happy to go down that path if need be. All right. But at the moment, Councillor Gary, the advice is quite clear. From your perspective, it's a prescribed conflict. So when we get to that item, that's when we'll make declaration of that, and you'll leave for that particular item, which is 1.15 from the committee last week. Pretty straightforward.
unless I get legal advice between now and then.
Yep, that's perfectly right as well. Yep. So thanks, Councillor Gardner. So it's 8.3, just noting at this stage, Deanne, so I don't skip it. 8.3, when we get to that, Councillor Gardner will be leaving the room. 8.4, Councillor Gardner will be leaving the room. 8.6 will be in the room. Is that right? 8.4 in the room, 8.6 out of the room. Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Gary, you make note of that as well so that we all help each other out here. Okay, we move then to the next declaration from another councillor, Councillor James O'Shea, item 8.5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have a declaration of declarable conflict of interest, item 8.5, Corporate Services Committee. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the Corporate Services Committee of the 4th of December 2024, and of my decision to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor James. Declaration from Councillor Edwina Farquhar. 2, in fact.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to item 8.5, Corporate Services Committee, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3 at the Corporate Services Committee of 4th of December 2024, and of my decision to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. In relation to item 13.1, review of current smart parking model of pay by bay to pay by plate, I inform that this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, as defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I own and operate a business in the CBD. However, as I have nothing more to gain or lose than any other business owner, I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councillors must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter, 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Any questions in regard to the declaration by Councillor Edwina in regard to the pay by bay to pay by plate? Any questions? Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you to either the mover of the motion or Councillor Edwina as well. What we will be considering affects an area that is all businesses in the CBD. Is that correct?
I would suggest it affects anyone parking anywhere with a parking meter across anywhere there is a parking meter, not just subject to CBD.
Yeah. So,
in my opinion,
thank you for that, Councillor O'Shea. To my mind, Chair, we're talking about thousands of people that the change will apply to, and so that is a broad enough net for Councillor Edwina not to be conflicted in a way that will make her impartial in her decision making, and I move that she can stay in the meeting and participate in discussions, including by voting on the matter.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Do I second her for that? Seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. So, Councillor Edwina, you can participate in the decision, including by voting on the matter. We now go to a couple of declarations for myself. The first one is 8.1, which is the Planning and Development Committee. I requested it be minuted I declared a declarable conflict of interest, item number 3 of the Planning and Development Committee on the 3rd of December 2024, of my decision to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll participate in the decision about the matter as well. That was the, for transparency, the CBD Heritage Incentive Policy. The second one is in regard to item 8.5, which was for Corporate Services Committee, and it was item number 3, which was in regard to the request for sponsorship of the Toowoomba Marathon. And I requested it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 3, the Corporate Services Committee on the 4th of December this year, and of my decision to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I'll participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Third declaration is almost a replica, well, it is a replica for Councillor Edwina's item number 13.1, which is the review of current smart parking model of pay by bay to pay by plate. And that's in relation to the fact that I have interest in property in the CBD and ownership of a business in the CBD. However, as I have nothing more to gain or lose than any other business owner, I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter and acknowledge that councillors may now determine whether I can stay in the room and vote, leave the meeting, not vote, or participate with conditions. Any questions in regard to that item, that conflict? Okay, can I have someone from the floor move one of those options? Councillor Bill.
Yeah, the same as Councillor Edwina's. I don't believe you have a conflict due to the area that Councillor James has pointed out clearly would be potentially affect any parking meter, and that would be outside of CBD, immediate CBD area as well, but potentially.
Councillor, you're happy for me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter?
Yes.
I have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Okay, declarations completed. Oh, not, maybe not. Councillor Bill.
Chair, pardon, late last night I was rehashing agenda, and item 12.1 under the grants for growth thing, I just thought I'd, out of the interest of transparency, raise it. In times past, I've raised my proximity to the CBD of Highfields, and council has on multiple occasions said I have no conflict, but I don't think there's anything here, but open to question. The purpose of the report is for noting only, and it says here in the opening paragraph, purpose of the report is to inform and seek support from council on high-level planning undertaken in relation to trunk infrastructure projects which could form part of a funding submission to the state government as part of any initiatives that aim to deliver significant lots of land developable housing across the region. I've got, unless anyone's got a question, but I just wanted to put it on the table, and in being consistent with my previous declaration, it's probably different to any immediate activity happening there. This is a could form part of, and it's a noting report, so I thought I'd raise it anyway.
Councillor Carla, we will make a note of your declaration, and when we get to the item, we'll make it as well. If your mind changes between then, if you'd like us to vote, look, it is for noting. You have declared that in the past. That's recorded, but this report is merely for noting to go to potential the next step of what that is. So unless anyone has a divergence of views of that, we'll make a note of it. There's no need, though, to go any further.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Any other conflicts of interest, councillors, at this stage? If not, if there's something that does crop up, whether for you or a fellow councillor, can you please make me aware of that, and we'll deal with that at the time. Likewise, Councillor Gardner, when we get to that item that we've mentioned, if anything changes between now and when we get to that, then certainly raise that point when we get to it. Do appreciate that, councillors, and thank you. We've worked through that reasonably well. Okay, our next item is item number 4, which is a confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of the 19th of November 2024. Now, I have got notification, councillors, that there is a slight amendment required for that, and the amendment... Beg your pardon? Did someone say something? The amendment is quite simple, and the amendment is that a record of Deputy Mayor Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff's partial attendance via Teams be replaced with, so it's delete leave of absence, which says Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff, partial attendance via Teams, and insert in leave of absence Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff, partial attendance via Teams, attending council commitments. That is the minor change. So with that change noted, and we'll do that change in the minutes, have someone to move the motion for the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council dated 19 November 2024 be confirmed with the changes I've mentioned. Councillor Rebecca move, Councillor Carroll second. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillors, item number 5 is business arising from the previous minutes. Any business arising, councillors? If not, we move to item number 6, councillors, which is the presentation of petitions. And I believe, Councillor Carroll, you have a petition.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, I do. I wish to present a petition for noting from Sam Kennedy, care of McLean Care at CWA House, a residential aged facility in Oakey, and the petition complies and was presented on the 26th of the 11th of 24 with approximately 33 signatories. Dear members of council, we the undersigned respectfully draw your attention to the current state of the footpaths surrounding the McLean Care CWA nursing home located in Cherry Street, Oakey. The existing footpaths are in need of urgent repair and improvement to ensure the safety and accessibility of residents, visitors and the broader community. The issues with the footpaths include uneven surfaces. The footpaths are unlevel, which creates significant tripping hazards for pedestrians, especially for the elderly residents, people with mobility issues, and individuals with disabilities using aids such as wheelchairs and four-wheeled walkers. Unsafe inclines and declines. The ramps at key access points have steep and unsafe inclines, making it difficult and dangerous for people using wheelchairs, walkers or prams to navigate. A lack of accessibility. The current state of surrounding footpaths does not meet basic accessibility standards, posing a restriction barrier for individuals who rely on safe and smooth pathways to access the nursing home and access to medical professionals within the town. We believe it is essential to address these issues to ensure that everyone, including the elderly and those with mobility challenges, can access the McLean Care CWA nursing home safely. Improving the footpaths not only enhance the safety of residents and visitors, but also demonstrate a commitment to creating an inclusive environment for all members of our community. There are photos attached to this, and therefore we kindly request that the Toowoomba Regional Council take immediate action. 1, repair and level the footpaths surrounding the McLean CWA nursing home. 2, redesign and adjust the ramp inclines and declines to ensure they are safe and accessible for all users. And 3, ensure that footpaths meet the necessary accessibility standards to provide safe passage for those with mobility challenges. Support of the undersigned underscores the importance of addressing this matter as soon as possible, and we trust that the Toowoomba Regional Council will take our concerns seriously and act to make these critical improvements. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I present that petition for acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Are you happy to move the receipt of that? Councillor James, did you second that? No. Councillor Melissa, second that. So Councillor Carroll, would you like to bring that, or is it on it? Okay, thanks. It's hard copy. Thank you for that. So we've got a mover of Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. Dan, can I just pass that over to you, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Thank you, councillors. We then move, councillors, to item number 7, which is the items of which the Mayor wishes to have considered the meeting without notice. It's a mayoral minute. And there are 2 items, councillors, and you have been given notification of these, and 2 significant items, the first of which is the keys to the city, granting the keys to the city. The recommendation is the council resolved to grant Will Brown the keys to the city for his outstanding achievement in motorsport and for winning the 2024 V8 Supercar Championship. Now, councillors, you've been distributed the information in regard to that, and so you've got the background. Councillor Carroll. Your question?
No question, Mr Mayor. I believe that our community is very proud of Will and his family and the effort they've put into this, and I think it's appropriate that we present him with the keys to the city.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Just by way of background for those listening, it probably is important that I read just a little bit about this information. It's not up on the screen. Council does recognise the achievements of people who call the Toowoomba region home in whatever field they excel. The purpose of this motion is to acknowledge the outstanding achievement of Will Brown, who won the Repco Supercar Championship this year. Our region's support for Will Brown's achievement has already been on show with a celebration of his significant victory at the family's car yard and team sponsor, Cars Galore. The fans of car racing were out in force at this public salute to Will Brown's emphatic victory. Will Brown's victory comes after years of building his skills and rising through the grades to win the pinnacle competition in Australian car racing. Through his formative years, Will has called the Toowoomba region home. He completed his schooling at what is now the Toowoomba Anglican School and then went on to Toowoomba Grammar School for high school. A football injury at the age of 13 led to Will's first interest in motorsport, and it provided him with something to do on the weekend. This injury saw him take up go-kart racing, which led to Formula 4, Formula Ford, Toyota 86 racing, Supercar 2 Series, touring cars, and then supercars. Will was also invited to compete in the prestigious NASCAR series in the USA earlier this year. With championship wins in the Formula 4 and the Australian Toyota Racing Series in 2016, Will became one of only 5 drivers in Australian motorsport history to achieve 2 national racing titles in 1 year. Will has received many accolades along the way, including the Mike Cable Young Gun Award in 2017 and the Peter Brock Medal for his outstanding year in racing in the same year. Will clinched the 2024 title with an unassailable lead going to the final race of the season in Adelaide, finishing with a total of 3,060 points, over 200 ahead of his nearest rival. The series also saw Brown become the first driver since Dick Johnson in 1984 to score at least podium place in every round of the season. The V8 Supercar victory has seen Will invited to compete in the 2025 Race of Champions, taking on the world's best in a head-to-head race in identical cars. The V8 Supercar win this year realises one of Will's childhood dreams. Will's mother Leanne recently said of her son that he has remained humbled throughout his professional career, often working at the family business, Cars Galore, between racing commitments. This is one way the community that Will calls home can salute his hard work, determination and focus by awarding him keys to the city. Pardon me. Councillor Carroll, you're moving that. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. The second item, and in case of timing, it was quite ironic last night, councillors, I received notification from Stephen Connery, AM, who is chair of the Games Independent Infrastructure and Coordination Authority, to say that submissions for the 100-day review will close on the 10th of January. So the timing for this mayoral minute is probably perfect. The recommendation or the motion is the council resolves to write a submission to the Games Independent Infrastructure Coordination Authority 100-day review of Olympic venues in support of the Royal Agricultural Society of Queensland's construction of an Olympic and Paralympic standard Toowoomba Equestrian Centre at the Toowoomba Showgrounds as a potential host venue for the Brisbane 2032 equestrian events. Council has supported this by way of business case in the past, and obviously have had deputations from the showgrounds. We understand that this enormous opportunity will bring for future generations for us as a legacy piece, not just a one-off. Councillor Carroll, comment?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to move this, if I may. I think it makes perfect sense. We are the centre of the equestrian area. We actually, the whole of the Games with ComSec, when they put them forward, the Olympic Games, was to leave legacies in the community. And I think that there would be no more pertinent legacy than around our Royal Agricultural Showgrounds and the equestrian pursuits that take place there. I think that the other piece of the puzzle that would put into this is that I'm not sure too many people realise, but Wagner's Airport already receive horses that come up from the south and overseas, or not from overseas, but certainly from the south for the winter racing carnival. So that part of that area is already in place and has been so for the last few years. So I think that for our area, and certainly the wider area, not just Toowoomba, this would draw on equestrians from down south. Tamworth has a wonderful centre. Toowoomba has a centre. We draw on southwest Queensland, and up to the north we have our secondary schools, very pertinent in their equestrian pursuits, and they're very well recognised. And our showground out here has already held, I think it's 3 interstate equestrian secondary school championships, and certainly about 5. So I think that it's quite pertinent that we support the Royal Agricultural Society as a venue for the equestrian pursuits at the 2032 Games.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Seconder, Councillor Trevor. You had a comment.
A comment. Conflict of interest, maybe. I'm an honorary committee person out there. I don't know whether that stands as a conflict.
You're not on the committee, though.
I'm not on the committee. It's an honorary thing. It's just a name on a wall, basically.
Okay.
So is that a conflict? No.
Well, if you're not on the committee,
Okay.
and you're not in the executive, particularly of the committee, you're not.
Okay.
So, Councillor Bill, you indicated to second the motion. Okay. Any debate? If not, put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Shine? He's on mute? Oh, you're on mute, Kerry?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, thank you. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Councillors, we move then to item 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. Now, the first of which is item 8.1. Now, let's go through these systematically in a process that Deanne's going to help me with, which I'm very grateful for. We had some declarations here. We had for 8.1 number 3, a declaration by myself, actually. That was the declaration there. And Councillor, did we have any other declarations there, Deanne? No. So therefore, the first motion will be that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 3 December 2024 be received, with the exception of items number 3. And well, hang on a minute. Is there anyone else need to pull anything out for this? Thank you. Councillor Rebecca?
Number 5, thanks.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Anyone like to be pulled out? Councillor Tim?
Just following up, the Charges Resolution number 6 is on the agenda later today.
It's on the agenda, yeah. So the
we
committee...
still need to ratify committee.
Yeah, well, the committee is to bring it to this meeting, defer
Thank
it to
you.
this meeting. So that's the report. So that's fine. Regional statistics, there's nothing in there. So we're removing items 3 and 5. Councillors to vote separately. Okay, so let's go back to the first motion, that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 3 December 2024 be received, and with the exception of items numbers 3 and 5, the recommendations therein be adopted. Have someone to move. Councillor Edwina moves. Thank you, Councillor Tim second. Those in, any need to go into debate, sorry. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Okay, that's unanimous, Deanne. So we'll have to record that. No, we won't. We'll have to record the next couple though. The second item then, councillors, is for item number 3. So that's been pulled out for declaration only, and the application, the motion before us is that the application as detailed for the grant funding under the CBD Heritage Incentive Policy 22.41 be approved, subject to the conditions provided to the applicant by the Principal Architect, Attachment 1. That's the motion. If someone to move by Councillor Trevor, second by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Councillor Kerry?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Okay, then we'll go to the third motion, councillors, which was item number 5. And that motion is that council number 1, I'll read the committee recommendation. 1, not proceed with temporary local planning instrument at this stage. 2, authorise the CEO or delegate to undertake an investigation into the management of significant vegetation in the region. And 3, based on the outcomes of that investigation and consultation with interested stakeholders, bring a report to Council by or before June 2025 containing recommendations to manage that vegetation with a view to minimising loss of the vegetation. Have someone to move that? Moved by Councillor Tim. Seconder? Seconded by Councillor Gary. Any need to go into debate? We'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Okay, well now we'll have to record this for Deanne. So you got Councillor Shine, Councillor James, Councillor Tim, Councillor Edwina, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Gary, Councillor Melissa and myself in favour and the balance against. You got that, Deanne? Thank you very much, councillors. We then move to item 8.2, of which there was one substantive item, which is a confidential item, Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, extension of engagement work under WT 2022-23 Project and Commercial Advisory Services. There were no declarable conflicts of interest or prescribed conflicts of interest for this matter. Does anyone want to discuss that? Okay, the motion before you is that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 3 December 2024 be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca. Have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Motion's carried unanimously. Okay, we then move to the Infrastructure Committee. Now, Councillor Gary. Let's move through this systematically. Deanne, you're on track with this one? Let's remove a few sheets of paper here. Okay, Councillor Gary had a conflict of interest for item number 3, which is the one that we have discussed. Item number 3. And Councillor Gardner, at this stage, you've got a prescribed conflict of interest and you're out of the room for that vote. Okay? So that's just, hold on 1 minute before we work through these. And then we have item number 5, which is drainage, a drainage report. So we'll deal with item number 3 first. So Councillor Gary, you can leave the room now for this one. We'll deal with it separately. And then we'll deal with the second one and you'll be back in the room for that one. So we'll work through this first one first, which is a very good place to start. All right. The first motion, councillors, noting Councillor Gary Gardner's prescribed conflict of interest, is number 1, councillors. This is as per the report, proposed to make the version of subordinate local law number 1.15 carrying out works on a road or interfering with a road or its operation 2024, which is identified in attachment 2. 2, commence public consultation on subordinate local law number 1.15 carrying out works on a road or interfering with a road or its operation identified in attachment 2 in the accordance with the Council's subordinate local lawmaking process, with the public consultation period to be 45 days and commence as soon as practicable after the date of the ordinary meeting on 10 December, in consideration the Christmas New Year holiday period. And 3, defer further consideration of the proposed application form to reflect subordinate local law number 1.15 carrying out works on a road or interfering with a road or its operation 2024, identified in attachment 2, to allow for public consultation to occur and finalisation of the draft subordinate local law number 1.15 carrying out works on a road or interfering with a road or its operations 2024. That's the motion before you, councillors, which was from the committee last week. To have someone to move the motion. Moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Councillor Kerry?
Yes.
Unanimous? We can call Councillor Gary back in. Thanks, Councillor Gardner. The next motion is before us. One, that council retain the existing stormwater easement within 3 Linda Court, Glencoe, and remove the unapproved structure within the drainage easement. 2, that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to negotiate the acquisition of an appropriate stormwater easement from the property as described in the confidential report titled Drainage Matters at Glencoe. 3, that if negotiations are successful, the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to sign all documentation necessary to acquire and register the easement interest in the land. And 4, should easement negotiations fail, no further actions will be taken by council at this time. Have someone to move by have someone to speak to it?
Yes, please.
Or against it, or speak question?
Yes, thank you.
Do we need an officer, Councillor
Yes, I
Melissa?
was. I actually asked Bailey to be
Bailey
here.
Garcher?
Is
Bailey?
Oh.
This
Speak of
is
the
a
devil.
confidential matter, so
Yes,
if
so
we need
I
to go
was-
into confidential, we can do that.
Yes, that's what I was going to ask, to bring it into confidential
Sure.
to speak to.
Well, let's firstly, if you're happy to move, to go into confidential matters due to the reasons we explained last week. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Those, Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried to go into closed session, so I could ask all bar councillors and those that are required for this particular item to leave the room for the time being, and you'll be called when the closed session is back open. Thanks, Deanne.
Thank you.
Councillors, this item is 8.3 and the motion is, as read before, we went into closed session. I believe there's a foreshadowed motion. It's been notified. It's a
Mr. Mayor,
foreshadowed motion.
I
Thank
move
you.
the original motion,
That's
please.
okay. If that's
Thank
lost,
you.
there's a foreshadowed
That's
motion.
right.
So let's identify what that foreshadowed motion is.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Chair. Deanne, may I ask you to pull up the foreshadowed motion I would like to put forth if the current motion is lost? That council defer the matter until the first quarter of 2025. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Carroll, you've identified to move the original
I move
motion.
the original motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, do I have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Trevor. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? 3 in favour. Oh, sorry, Councillor Shine.
No, I'm against.
Okay, 3 in favour. Motion is lost. We'll go to the foreshadowed motion. Thank you, Deanne. The foreshadowed motion is the council defer the matter until the first quarter of 2025. I have a mover for that motion. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Councillor Shine.
Yes.
Motion is carried. Those against?
Thank you.
2 against, and we'll record the votes. Deanne, if you can, if you got that. Those against, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Trevor. Okay, councillors, can I call for, thanks to Barley, call for an adjournment, the meeting for 10 minutes, returning at 11:10. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried.
Yes.
Councillor Shine will be back on
Yes.
at We'll just go back on there. Thank you very much. Councillors, we move to item 8.4, which is the Environment and Community Committee from last week. There's items 3, 4, 5, 7 and 8 in this one. Item number 7, Councillor Gary Gardner, you made a declaration. It was deemed that you could stay in the room, participate and vote on the matter. That's the strategic land acquisition. Okay, so therefore, councillors, because there is a declaration though, we'll pull that out and vote on it separately, just simply because of that reason. Is there any other, or are there any other items anyone would like to pull out and vote on separately, councillors? First one was in regard to the public interest test on the shopping trolley. Second was the cemetery management, or the number 4 was. Number 5 was a public art reference group, and 7 and 8 both confidential. Strategic land acquisition and then resumption of land by Department of Transport and Main Roads. If there's no other items to pull out, Councillor Rebecca?
Just number 3, please. It'll be really brief, just to vote.
Item number 3. Well, we might deal with... We'll deal with we'll deal with both initially. We'll deal with the rest of them first. So the first motion will be that the report of the Environment Community Committee, and there'll be a slight change on this, Deanne, dated 4th of December 2024 be received, and with exception to items number 3 and 7, the recommendations therein be adopted. Thank you, Deanne. Have a mover, moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Councillor Shine. That's taking back to the old attorney days. Thank you. Appreciate that. That motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor, we then move to item number 3. And the motion for item number 3, now this is going to test you a little bit there, Deanne. Item number 3 is the motion in regard to the public interest test reporting of the shopping trolley management drafted local laws proposed in the Community and Environment Management Amendment Local Law number 1, 2023, and Community Environment Management Amendment Subordinate Local Law number 1, 2023. Deanne is just going to put that up on the screen for us so we know what we are voting on, or certainly that we know what the committee recommendation was. Thank you, Dan, very much. It's in 2 parts, councillors. The second part was in fact added last week, was the council continues to monitor the abandonment of trolleys and investigate management practices by other local governments, including but not limited to Canterbury Bankstown Council. Have someone move that motion? Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Gary. Any need to go into debate? If not, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Motion is, those against, sorry, Councillor Rebecca.
Just a division of the vote, thanks.
Division of the vote is called for. Councillor Deanne, if you could make a note of those. So against was Councillor Rebecca, all in favour, the other. Okay, the next motion is for item number 7, councillors. The reason we separated this to vote is it's confidential, is because there is a declaration, a declarable conflict, and Councillor Gardner was deemed to be able to stay in the room and vote on the matter. So the motion is that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to negotiate the acquisition of the property as detailed in the confidential report titled Confidential Strategic Land Acquisition. And number 2, in the event that the negotiations are successful, the purchase be funded from the Development Reserve. We will record a division because there was a declarable conflict in this one. So councillors, have someone move. That moved by Councillor Trevor. A seconder. Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Councillor Kerry?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, we'll record that division as unanimous. We then move, councillors, to item 8.5, which is the Corporate Services Committee. And we did have a couple of declarations. In fact, we had 3 in regard to the first item, which is item number 3, request for sponsorship of Toowoomba Marathon. Councillors O'Shea, Farquhar and myself were deemed as being able to stay in the meeting. However, we still remove that for a separate vote. Now, the other items, substantive items: 4, annual review of council to CEO delegation. Number 5 was complaints management policies. Number 6, 2.55 advertising spending policy. And number 7, council pre-approved of suppliers, exemption from seeking written quotes or tenders. Is there anything that anyone would like to pull out other than item 3 we'll vote on separately? If there's not, our first motion then, councillors, is that the report of the Corporate Services Committee dated 4 December 2024 be received and, with the exception of item number 3, the recommendations therein be adopted. Have someone move? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Councillor Kerry?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you. We then move to the second motion in regard to corporate services, and that motion reads, number 1, so this is item number 3. Number 1, that council approve a sponsorship of the 2025 Toowoomba World Camp Airport Marathon to the value of $50,000 plus GST for naming rights, visit Toowoomba region associated with the 10-kilometre event, and 2, a sponsorship agreement between council and Gold Coast Events Management Limited be executed by the Chief Executive Officer in respect of the 2025 Toowoomba World Camp Airport Marathon. Do we have a mover? Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Councillor Kerry?
Yes.
Unanimous. Okay, councillors, we move then to item 8.6, which is the Economic Development Committee. There are two items substantive to vote on. Number 3, item 3 is the outcome of Singapore Gardens by the Bay, and number 4 is the extension of expiration date on expiring or expired development incentive policies. Now, we do have a declarable conflict of interest for Councillor Gary, and was deemed that Councillor Gary, you will be out for this particular vote as well, for this one. So we'll deal with that one first, which was item number 4. So Gary, if you'd like to remove yourself from the meeting and stay out of earshot or television shot. Okay, so councillors, our first motion with the declaration Councillor Gary removed from the room is the council note the report on the Singapore... Hang on a minute, that's not it. We've got Gary out of the room, so let's do... We need to do the second one first here, Deanne. So we're removing... Oh, sorry, no, that is correct, sorry. We need to remove item number 4, so we need to... the first motion is the motion to receive... Yeah, well, no, well, I was doing the one first that Gary was out. Do this one first. Okay, right. Well, this is item number 4. Good, very good, thank you. Yeah, I did know that. The council approves the extension of the expiration dates in the policies identified in attachment 1 to 30 June 2025, and 2, a report be provided to council's consideration prior to 30 June 2025 regarding development incentives, policies, action options, taking into account any incentives or initiatives announced by the state or federal government and relevant stakeholder feedback. Have someone move that motion? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Motion's carried. Unanimously noting record the division with Councillor Gary out of the room. Okay, we can bring Councillor Gary back into the room now. Thanks, Councillor Gardner. This next motion is the council note the report on the Singapore Gardens by the Bay Carnival Flowers display in the Flower Dome from 23 September to 17 November 2024, and Council's delegation visit to Singapore from 22 to 25 September 2024. Have someone move? Moved by Councillor Edwina. Someone second that? Second by Councillor Tim. Any need to go into debate? If not, put it to the vote. Those in favour? And Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Now, councillors, we move then to item number 9, which is the monthly financial statements or performance statement. The author is our acting CEO and substantive GM for Corporate Services, Anne-Marie Johnson. Anne-Marie, you're presenting this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors. I'm happy to take the report as read, and I'll just make a couple of comments. So the monthly implications and the implications for the month of November, you will note that first comment about retaining our credit rating. So this is actually quite significant. So the credit review process takes from December to March each year, and April is when we usually get our result. So we uploaded the relevant long-term financial forecasts, which is our main lead indicator, and we were advised that we could carry over our credit rating. So I think it's a credit to the work the team are doing on that one, so it's a good result. If you go along to the consolidated financial performance statement, you'll see from that report, that's attachment 1, that overall operating income is tracking close to budget with a variance of just 1%. Operating expenditure has a variance of 3%. So again, tracking close to budget. However, you will note there that materials continues to track over budget in some areas. So this is continues to be an area of constant review for the organisation. Capital expenditure is tracking below budgets. On the next page of that document, you can see that across our capital works program, standard capital works program, which is a $108 million program, the Crestbrook program, which is 90 million. We're tracking behind at this point in time in both of those. But they have, the budget review implications have been factored in, so we are expecting to recover some ground on those projects as we move through the financial year. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Questions, councillors, in regard to the monthly financial consolidated reports? Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks, Acting CEO Anne-Marie. You've raised it in your report, and it's also an attachment to the Water and Waste General Managers Group report as well, but you raised where we're at with the Cresbrook spillway upgrade, and either yourself or perhaps General Manager for Water and Waste, I think, to just give a bit more commentary around the reasons for where we are with that project and keep the community informed on some of the issues and how we're tracking, if you wouldn't mind.
I'm very happy to pass over to GM Jake for an update.
I appreciate it's an attachment to the group report, Jake, but the acting CEO raised it now, so perhaps it's the right time.
Thanks, Jake. Welcome to you. If we do it now, you might have to do it later on. So the net result is same amount of time. Potentially. It could be another question later on, though. You never know.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for your question in relation to Crestbrook. As councillors are aware, and perhaps maybe the community not so much, but Crestbrook Dam Safety Project is an incredibly complex project, and council adopting a risk-based approach to its solution has uncovered some substantial amounts of design and engineering work that needs to be completed, much more than what was anticipated when the project went to market, and a lot of that is around understanding the impacts of our dam on other dams. More notably, Wivenhoe Dam is downstream of Crestbrook, and the impacts that upgrades to our structure would also have on subsequent dams downstream at Wivenhoe, and the need to ensure that we do the appropriate engineering calculations and work to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where in future years there is some work that could have been done that might have alleviated or may have caused some issues with the dam. And as we are aware, the state government has in itself is grappling with a project to our north where perhaps some work was done on a dam. That work was done perhaps for whatever reason, the dam didn't last the time it was supposed to last and is now faced with a substantial bill. So the team at Crestbrook is very sensitive and aware and is taking its time to make sure that these reports, and these are complex engineering reports on embankment designs, they're hydrology reports, they're geology reports, and how the type of material that we're proposing to be used. Also looking at flood impact assessments on the types and duration of events that our dam will be able to pass and whether they have greater impacts on potential residents downstream. And as I said earlier, how our both dams interact, so Perseverance being upstream of Crestbrook and also Wivenhoe being downstream of Crestbrook. If the worst were to happen, what would that mean? And so that's taken some significantly greater amount of time. We have reported that to the Dam Safety Regulator, and we're waiting to see what the regulator will do in conversation with the regulator. And Chris Nielsen has been incredibly complimentary of the complex work the team has done in attempting to deal with these highly complex matters. But he's likely to ensure that council still continues to progress with the project as fast as reasonably practicable, and will more than likely require us to provide a please explain and also more regular reporting to ensure that we are continuing to make progress, even though the deadline that he'd previously provided to us may be unlikely, incredibly unlikely at this stage. He's very keen to make sure that we continue to progress.
Thank you very much, Jake. I do appreciate that. Any other questions for the monthly performance statement? If there's no other questions, the motion, we'll see you later back, Jake, later on. The motion is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 30 November 2024 be received. Will someone move that? Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Councillor Kerry?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Item number 10 is the Acting CEO's Office's monthly report. Noting, Anne-Marie, you're sitting in that role at the moment, and you've got Kylie in the room as well to assist if need be, but you're intimately involved in many of the aspects, so I'll hand over to you to present the report.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, I will take the report as noted, just noting that item P7 there, review and implement new complaints management policy. That one's just been closed out as a result of the Corporate Services Committee report for the month. And also, I'm happy to report that we have finalised and signed contracts with our new manager, People and Culture, to commence in the new year, and happy to provide a bit more detail around that one during the confidential session. So happy to take any questions, and Kylie's here too.
Fantastic. Well, Kylie's been substantive in that role as well. Done a terrific job, Kylie, so thank you very much.
I think it's a good opportunity to thank Kylie. Kylie originally agreed for a couple of months, a proven leader within our organisation. But when we went to the market last year, it was a struggle, like most organisations, to recruit in this space. So Kylie agreed to stay on and has done a terrific job.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions in regard to the Acting CEO report? If not, there is a motion there before us that the Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Councillor Kerry?
Yes.
Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move then to item number 11, councillors, which is the Mayor's monthly report. And again, taking the lead of the Acting CEO, I'll take that report as read, and happy to answer any questions if there are any, councillors. There's no questions. The motion is that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca. Have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Councillor Kerry?
Yes.
Thank you. Unanimous decision. Thank you very much. We move then to item number 12 and 12.1. Noting, Jake, you're up here a bit sooner than we thought, actually. Thank you very much, GM Jake Passier and GM Nicola Stefanoff are both authors of this report, which is 12.1, Grants for Growth. Noting, Councillor Biller, we'll just make a notation here that you'd mention what you had. in regard to that, and noting that this report is for noting of the report. But Jake, I know you, and I thank you and Nicola as well for the work you've put into this. This is all about bracing ourselves for opportunity that has been spoken about pre-election and certainly post-election at the state government. So, Jake, thank you for pulling this together in a timely fashion. I'll hand over to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I can't take all the credit. This is teamwork amongst not just executives, but also many of the managers and also officers that are within the respective groups to bring this together. As council is aware, there has been many conversations in the media around a regional infrastructure guarantee of some description. We're yet to receive the details, but this report here tries to highlight or at least provide an indication to councillors of the projects and the opportunities that may exist for Toowoomba should an regional infrastructure guarantee or other named initiative by either state or federal government becomes available. Predominantly it's focused on the state government, but I know in recent times the federal opposition has also indicated that it may be seeking something similar to this for a nationwide type unlocking infrastructure project or program. And so what we've tried to highlight through this report is the types of projects that already exist within our capital program from a water and waste perspective that would be able to subsequently unlock, and then from a parks perspective and Hugh's team, the parks infrastructure that would support that. And then our ISG colleagues have identified the Highfields Kratzky O'Brien Road project, which looks to identify and open up some development in particular around the centre Highfields or central area of Highfields. So in summary, councillors, and there's lots of numbers here, but I just wanted to sort of raise some to your indication. So for water and waste, we're sort of looking at $145 million to unlock 50,000 lots over 7 years, or $80 million to unlock 21,000 lots over 4 years. Our parks team's looking at a total of $213 million over the same period across 3 areas, with about $90 million excluding the district sports park, which is a significant investment or significant investment in sports parks. And as I said, our roads areas identified the Highfields Kratzky O'Brien project, of which $18.6 million is supposed or earmarked to unlock 136 lots in the centre of Highfields. So the report is there, councillors, and happy to take any questions. And I've got the newly awarded Carrie next to me to assist. We're only superstars in this organisation, so it's great to be sitting next to Carrie, and she's going to assist. But Dr. Nicola Stepanov sends her apologies. She's had to take some leave this week, but credit where credit's due. Her and her team have been doing most of the heavy lifting to get this project together.
Thank you, Jake, and welcome, Carrie, CEO Award winner, Joint CEO Award winner. Thank you. You got to mention earlier on today as well. You can watch back on that. Councillors, are there any questions in regard to this matter? The numbers are extraordinary, Jake. Just reiterating just those headline numbers of houses. Can you just do those 2 sentences once more slowly?
I'll try my best, Mr. Mayor, and I'll slow down. So from a water and waste perspective, so generally housing is unlocked by water and wastewater, sewage. We can't have houses with water and sewage. For a $145 million investment, we're looking at unlocking water supply and sewage up to 50,000 lots throughout all of Toowoomba.
Okay, so that's over a period longer than the 4 years. The 80 million was for 4 years.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. So if we're looking at just the next 4 years, it'd be $80 million investment in water and wastewater, and that would unlock 21,294 lots. From a water and waste perspective, the subsequent investment for parks would be in the order of, and again, another $80 or $90 million for parks to support that growth.
Thank you very much, Jake. Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, through you, to both General Manager Jake and also to Carrie. I so applaud this, and what this is showing us is that Toowoomba Regional Council is on the front foot, because we know that these commitments have been made. The details of those have not been released yet, but this work is putting us in pole position when the details are released. And that's just really commendable from both of the departments, so I thank you sincerely for that work. My question, Mayor, is that this report is for noting, and I actually just wonder, I don't particularly want us to just note it. I'd love us to share this report with the people who are in the positions to make decisions about these funds. And so it's a question about, is there provision to be able to circulate this with the Premier, with the Deputy Premier, with the Minister for Water, with our local members of Parliament? We understand that they haven't released it yet, but it's sort of to make it clear that this is a region that is keen to be very seriously considered for that funding. So what are we going to do with this report beyond noting it, I suppose, is the question, Mayor, and can we also circulate it with the members of the government who I'm sure would have a very keen interest in seeing how Toowoomba region can increase our growth and unlock lots?
It's a good point, and I think by noting it, we're saying, well, we're prepared for the next step. However, I agree with the point, and perhaps, Councillor Rebecca, you might put some thought around simply saying that Council note the report and make it available to the government in readiness for the proposed infrastructure grants for growth program. Words to that effect. So just pretty straightforward. Dan, did you get any of that? Sorry. Last bit was simply the Council note the report and make it available for the government in readiness for the proposed grants for growth program. Call it a program, or whatever they're calling it.
If I might, Mr. Mayor, I think the current indication of the program is the Regional Infrastructure Guarantee. Is what the
in readiness for the Regional Infrastructure Guarantee program.
Well, I'm not sure if there's a program to that, Mr. Mayor, but
Okay.
I think that the term we're using is the guarantee.
Okay.
So,
Righto, Deanne will have that up on the screen shortly. Grants for Growth Guarantee. Yep.
if I might, Dan, the Regional Infrastructure Guarantee. We've called the title of this Grants for Growth because we're not exactly sure of what the state might guarantee, but the program the state has indicated is the Regional Infrastructure Guarantee.
Thanks, Deanne. Appreciate that. Gary, thank you for your input. Very good. So, Deanne, here it is. It's up on the screen. The Council note the report and make it available for the government in readiness for the proposed Regional Infrastructure Guarantee. Do you have to say state government? In readiness for the proposed Regional Infrastructure Guarantee. Happy to move. Councillor Rebecca moves. Seconder? Councillor Bill second. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Very good. Unanimous. Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate all the work you did to get to that point. Very much indeed. Councillors, we move then to item 12.2, which, as Councillor Tim pointed out earlier in the meeting, this was the one that was deferred to today's meeting, the ordinary meeting of Council, and it refers to the Charges Resolution number 6. Sanjeewa, Sanj here, he's the author of this one. If he's not here and you require him here, Carrie, I'm quite happy to, with the indulgence of councillors, I'm quite happy if we move to the next item rather than this one, if you need that. You'd prefer that? So, councillors, given we're waiting for an officer, I propose that we move to item 13.1, which is matters for which notice has been given. Councillors comfortable to do that? And then we'll revert back when the officer is here. This is, and Councillor Edwina, you made a declaration in regard to this, as have I. Councillor Melissa, you also indicated that perhaps you would have a declaration as you've declared in the past.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I just was trying to find the wording, so thank you. I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 13.1 at the Infrastructure Committee meeting of 9th of November 2021, item number 3, Toowoomba City Centre Car Parking Strategy Implementation Project, City Centre Paid Parking Implementation, and of Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. Now, Councillor James, you brought this one forward to us. It's the review of current smart parking model of pay by bay to pay by plate. And I'd like to hand over for you in the first instance, because I understand there may be some confidential aspects to discuss.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I bring this item forward as is there, and there are a few. There's probably just a few questions. So I think financially and around commercial interest. So if my proposal would be, if there is a seconder of the motion, that I would then move that we go into confidential if that was to be the case.
Okay, you're happy to move to go into confidential?
Do I need a seconder first for the motion?
Well, the motion is that the first motion is the meeting to be closed to discuss those items.
Yeah, well, I'm happy. Whichever way it needs to be. Apologies. Yeah,
item is there. The item is there.
Yeah,
that's the only item to be given.
Yeah, apologies.
So
yes, I'll move. Can I move that we go into confidential? And the reasons being, sorry, Deanne just got that up there, that the report discusses budget negotiations relating to a commercial matter, and therefore it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public.
No, thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor Melissa, second that. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Unanimous. Thank you. We'll close the meeting now, folks. Thank you. Thank you. We're back on, Dan. Thank you very much. So, Councillor O'Shea, I'll hand back over to you. You have got a motion there that will come up very shortly. You might be kind enough to read that, and we'll get a seconder for that motion, and then we'll have a discussion. I'll come back to you.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. Just to make sure I'm following process, because there is I want to amend a few words in item 1. That there isn't a
your motion, so you can do that right now. Yep.
So I'd like it to read, please. So essentially, the motion that I put forward is that Council resolves to request the CEO to review the current smart parking model of pay by bay to pay by plate, if deemed practicable and operationally feasible, that this change happens, or it'd probably be if deemed. Because I just basically, obviously, just on advice we've sort of received from officers, is that the December-January period may not be possible. So it essentially just need to change that wording that this change happens as soon as practical or practicable.
Yeah, ASAP. That's fine.
Or whichever wording around that, because we want it as soon as possible. Or is
Angelo, as soon as practically possible.
It's a lot of P's.
As soon as practically possible. Practicably possible. Say that quickly 3 times. As if deemed practicable, we're going to have 2 practicables. That's probably the first time I've ever seen that in a motion. If deemed practicable, how about we just take out the practicable and say if deemed operational feasible, that this change happens as soon as practicable.
Either or.
You happy to second that?
And
even with the 2 practicables, or take out a practicable? Remove the first practicable?
Yes.
Okay, well, Deanne's just going to remove the first one.
So so that's just that. So obviously, with an intent of obviously that happening as soon as possible, or practical, or practicable, whichever version you like. And during the changeover period, all paid parking will be free. However, infringement penalties will still apply for all non-payment related indiscretions, including overstays, no stopping areas, and disability bays. I'm happy to speak briefly.
You're happy to move?
Like.
I'll get a seconder first. Councillor Melissa. Okay, Councillor James, happy for you to talk to this motion. Sure. If you'd like to now, we've got a seconder. It's on the table.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, councillors. I'll only speak briefly to this, but I think firstly I just want to say a big thank you to all the staff that have been involved in this. So this is something that sort of I know has been on council's mind for a period of time, but I know personally something I've sort of mulled over for the last 12 months, but it's only sort of been the last 3 months. So I want to thank, obviously away at the moment, but previously General Manager Nick Hauser, Acting General Manager and Hugh Dunn, the Manager of Environment Regulatory Services, Rowan O'Driscoll. I'd like to say a big thank you as well to Neil Cooper, our Principal of Parking Operations, and then also the team through Infrastructure Services, Angelo Casagrande and Mike Brady, and also sort of touched with corporate service as well around this. So it certainly has been a large body of work, and I've sought as much input and information as I possibly could from all of the relevant areas of council to try and make this as smooth as practical, to use that word again. But councillors, I think we all understand and have seen sort of the situation, obviously, around the smart parking system that we have. I think we all recognise that it has presented several challenges, which has impacted, obviously, residents, users, and it's also impacted our council officers. The timing-wise of bringing this forward at the moment, I mean, I think there's an opportunity here where a solution can be found to instantly improve the functionality and rectify the issues. But really importantly, I think at this point in time is to reduce any further potential reputational damage that we have around it. And the other key part around this is by switching to this system, it provides us with so many more opportunities for our residents, so many more opportunities for our customers, and the timing of it's perfect as we are currently in the process, of course, of that city centre parking strategy, where we're going to receive a lot of feedback from community around different ideas and things, or how we think that we can move forward with it. And I think what we've learnt by pay by bay is that has been quite restrictive in the ability to be able to be flexible around options that we can provide. Pay by plate provides that opportunity for many further benefits to be passed on to the customer. And I think a good example, obviously, of this system is our parking provider has stations in 200 locations in Australia, and currently of the 200 that they have in operation, including TRC, only 2 operate by pay by bay. So only 2 out of 200 use this particular technology. So by changing over to this also provides us, I think, with a lot better opportunities through our provider, of course, because there's many other of alike that are around. So look, I think there are a number of benefits in moving towards this, but I think in the end of the day, it's about us as a council wanting to find something that's effective, wanting to find something that's certainly efficient. But also I think it's a system that helps feed into the strategy and the directions that we're going to try and find solutions to what is a much bigger picture than just obviously the technology that we have at our disposal. So by having the best technology that we can to provide the most options, I think it's a positive step forward for community and obviously also for council. So I guess my final message, I guess, to councillors when considering this motion is, if you've used the current system and have had concerns with it or have had issues with it using it personally, you'll understand obviously the grievances that we've had and the feedback we've had from community. This is an opportunity for us to put forward a much better solution for our community. So I put this forward and for your consideration.
Thanks, Councillor James. We have a mover and a seconder. Happy to go to questions. If we've got questions, Councillor Bill and Councillor Trevor.
Chair, thank you. I was going to frame it in a question to Councillor James about the actual number of business units he worked with, but I think he more than adequately set it out. Can I just briefly say I want to publicly acknowledge Councillor James for the way he's brought this motion forward. He's been methodical, and I'd suggest a best practice approach in bringing a motion before council. So I just want to acknowledge you, Councillor James. Thanks.
Good. Thanks very much, Councillor Bill. Acknowledge that. Councillor Trevor.
Just a couple of questions to make the general public aware. How many metres are we talking about here? 100 and over the TRC? 190?
194.
194 metres. What happens to the plates that are on the footpaths now? They'll all be ripped up, will they?
Yeah, we haven't advanced those discussions, whether they come out when we do other roadworks or whatever else, or we go through a process of ripping them up.
Okay. Yeah. And I think it was indicated that the possible changeover period from plate to metre could be, what, 1 week or 10 days, something like that?
A week is what's quoted.
Is what they're quoting. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Any other questions, councillors?
Yes, if I could.
Councillor Shine.
Yeah, I was just wondering what's stopping people either inadvertently or intentionally giving an incorrect registration plate number?
So the question is, what's stopping people from incorrectly putting in their details? What's stopping them from doing that? I'd say making sure they put the right information in. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're asking, Councillor Shine? They put their own plate number in, is what you mean?
No, but if they put a false one in.
Oh, put a false one in. Okay.
Yeah.
Rowan, sorry, I couldn't quite hear exactly what you were saying.
If they were deliberately putting in a false one, then that's our enforcement activities would find those vehicles that hadn't the actual plate wouldn't have a payment registered to it.
That answer your question, Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Trevor?
Just one more question. With going to pay by plate, if you park in the front of a coffee shop down at Ruffin Street and your hour is up, then you move it 50 metres down the street, is that still going to be, you move to a new location, you can pay for another hour?
Yeah. So there'd still be zones. So you could still move within zones. If it is a 3P zone and you move a single bay up, that would still technically be an offence. If you're just moving one park up, it's essentially based on the zone.
Okay. Is there any need to go into debate, councillors, in regard to this item? Okay. The motion then before us is brought forward by Councillor O'Shea's moved that. Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded it. And the motion is that before us, Council resolves to request the Chief Executive Officer to review the current smart parking meter model of pay by bay to pay by plate. If deemed operationally feasible, that this change happens as soon as practicable. Number 2, during the changeover period, all paid parking will be free. However, infringement penalties will still apply for all non-payment related indiscretions, including overstays, no stopping areas and disability bays. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. Thanks, Hugh, Rowan and Angelo. Thank you for your input there as well. Councillors, I do propose that we adjourn the meeting until 1:15. 1:15, we'll adjourn the meeting and return. And Sanjeet, you'll be up first after that, if that's suitable. If you could be here for that, that would be great. So someone move. 1:15, moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Kerry, are you happy with that?
Yes.
You're in favour. Okay, good. Unanimous decision. Thank you. We'll return at 1:15. Thank you, councillors. We'll start the meeting. Councillor Bill is there. Just note Councillor Gary not in the room at this stage. Councillor Kerry, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Welcome back, Kerry. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Councillors, we're moving to item 12.2, which is the charges resolution number 6, and this was deferred from last meeting. Sanjeev is here. Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you for coming along. You are the author, Sanjeev, of this motion. If you'd like to come forward with Carrie. Our councillors will recall that the motion last week was deferred to this meeting, and therefore that's where we're at. So, Sanjeev, would you like to talk to the report at this stage, or would you like to go to questions? It's up to you. You'd like to talk to the report? Yeah. Okay, just if you wouldn't mind just dragging the microphone, just shift that over to there. Thank you, and welcome to you.
Through the chair, good afternoon, councillors. So this is to endorse new charges resolution number 6. The current one is number 5. So what we're asking is update the charge rates in line with the state government's adopted rate to adapt by council. So then when we charge new developments, the increase charges, so we can charge the new developments in line with the state government charge rates.
Thank you, Sanjay. It's the substantive. Now, last week, I recall, if I'm recalling correctly, there was some information to come to light around non-residential charging, and suggestion if we could have some, if you've had an opportunity to do this, some idea of what that might translate into as an example. Do you have any of that with you? Yeah. Thanks.
So usually what we charge is for residential $34,000, around that figure. For non-residential, we charge accordance with the gross floor area of the industrial development. So how we address this in the past and with this resolution too, through the economic development incentive policy. So we match the residential charge rate for the non-residential developments too. So there won't be any difference for subdivisions, whether it's residential or non-residential. Even in the charges resolution, it's different. We address the amount through the incentive policy. So if industrial development is approved, the charge rate is same as residential development.
Okay, so and that was the one that we've approved to extend?
Yes.
So effectively, it's an incentive policy that runs till the end of this financial year, to the end of June.
Yes.
Which would make no change effectively other than lifting it to align with the residential amount.
Yes.
That's right? Is that
yes.
the wording?
That's right, yes.
Okay, that's clarity, and I'm sure others may have some other questions, but I just want some clarity there. Any questions, councillors, in regard to this particular motion? That was basically the feedback that councillors had been given was around the charging and making sure we're not in an uncompetitive nature in regard to other areas. Carrie, would you like to? There's nothing you want to say? No? You just leant forward to the button. I thought you wanted to say something.
Look, I need to say that this increase is in line with the state government's increase, which addresses CPI increases, and it's simply passing that along. There's no other charges to the charges resolution other than that 6% increase.
Thank you. So, councillors, if there's no other questions, there is a recommendation there before us that council adopt charges resolution number 6, attachment 2, to take effect on 10 December 2024. Have someone moved by Councillor Bill. Do I have a seconder of the motion? Seconded by Councillor Edwina. It's a reason to go into debate. Anyone like to go into debate? If not, sorry, Councillor Shine, did you want to go into debate?
No.
Okay. The recommendation is there before us, moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Edwina. I'll call for a vote. Those in favour? Councillor Shine?
Yes.
The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanjeev. Appreciate your time. And Carrie, thank you very much indeed. Councillors, we move then to item number 14, given that we've done 13 and 13.1. Item number 14 is general business. Is there any general business that Council has that you need to seek, obviously, to bring it forward? If there's no general business, we'll move to item number 15, Councillors, which is to close the meeting. The reason for closing the meeting is in regard to information that is concerns industrial matters affecting employees, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals, and legal advice, and therefore is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J3B, industrial matters affecting employees, E, legal advice obtained by the local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government, and F, matters that may directly affect the health and safety of an individual or a group of individuals of Local Government Regulation 2012. The motion is that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J3 of Local Government Regulation 2012 to consider the following item, which is the confidential item, Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report and quarterly legal update. Have someone move to go into close? Moved by Councillor O'Shea, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Oh, sorry, Kerry, you happy with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Deanne. Well, councillors, we will move then to 16.1, which is the confidential Chief Executive monthly report, and the motion is simply that the council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice. Have someone to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Councillor Kerry?
Yes.
Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move then to item 17, which is group reports. 17.1 is the Planning and Development Group Report, and call on Acting GM Carrie to come forward. Thank you, Carrie, and welcome back. We're up to the group reports. So item 17.1. Welcome, Carrie. Thanks, Carrie. Thank you for stepping in as the acting GM. I do appreciate you've had quite the day, actually, with different things. So
Yes.
very much appreciate it. And look, I'll hand over to you. The group reports, councillors do have those. So I'll hand over to you for any highlights, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Chair. I take the group report as being read. It has gone to committee, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Councillors, questions? Councillor Tim?
Chair, thank you. Good afternoon, Carrie. And just worth noting that many of the planning team are sick with COVID or other illnesses at the moment. So if the community is waiting on that DA approved or otherwise before Christmas, there is a significant sickness within the group. But I would like to bring up, Carrie, a question on notice that isn't in your report concerning a tower that has been code accessible approved to be built in Middle Ridge over near the golf club or on the golf club, and the concern raised by residents about that. Pretty much all councillors were contacted this week by many members of that community out there, obviously with their concerns. I'm very aware that council laws have little ground against an already approved application, a code accessible one, but we did ask for some legal advice very urgently regarding where we're at with that, and concerning as well the telecommunications code and their planning assessments and benchmarks. So I'm wondering if you could inform us all on the outcomes of those two questions, please, Carrie. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie.
Thank you, councillor. Through you, Mr. Chair. In September last year, a decision notice was approved, an application was approved for a telecommunications facility consisting one monopole with a height of 35 odd metres. The application was subject to a material change of use. It was, the level of assessment was a limited code, and that application was assessed and determined to comply with the performance outcomes of the code and was approved with a decision notice and conditions relating to that approval. My understanding is that construction has started in accordance with that approval, commencing Monday of last week, as I understand it. In regards to the telecommunications code, there are a number of matters that are governed by the telecommunications code that is outside the remit of council. However, in this particular case, the application was required to go through an application, and that process has been done. So there is a lawful approval for that facility.
Councillor Tim, anything further?
And so if we receive any, we didn't receive any advice in the contrary in the like, that's the whole story, what you've just said? Because we did speak and you said there was other advice coming through about this.
I am seeking advice relating to whether there are some other codes, like a state or a federal code that might relate to other aspects relating to the telecommunications code. That advice has not yet come through, and it's outside the remit of council in any case. So council has done as much as we are able to do with the application that was made before us and the provisions of the planning scheme.
Thank you, Carrie.
No other question. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Carrie. So just on that, so I suppose from a council control point of view, or this, is there anything around compliance that we have, as in since construction has began, that they have met, for example? Like, is that, if we, or can we do anything along those lines, like obviously understanding the situation where it sits at the moment?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not aware that they are in breach of any of the conditions. That would be a matter for our compliance team to investigate, but the conditions are set out. There is a requirement for operational works for the driveway crossover, which I'm not sure whether they have applied for that or not. They probably don't need to do that at this stage. They're just simply erecting the tower, and I assume that the driveway construction will come later.
Nothing further there, James. Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. One of the rare occasions you'll hear me speak in a group report. However, since how it's been brought up, this is a good opportunity to remind council as a whole, and I had a very brief conversation with you, Carrie outside, for us moving forward in the new planning scheme to look at some best practice around how other councils and how we might choose to deal with this matter going forward. This issue is not going away. In fact, there will be a proliferation of mobile phone towers and small cell networks, that is masts and small towers attached to buildings, light poles, all sorts of things as the 5G network continues to grow. There are some measures, and I've been banging the desk about this for a number of years now, where we can, I believe, force service providers to share facilities instead of building their own, which is a blight on our community around amenity and aesthetics and other impacts. And I think we should really have this in our sights firmly as an item for consideration in the planning scheme, along with lots of other things, of course. But it is, and I would really encourage us to be outward focused in community groups who have raised these issues in times past, and no doubt will raise them in the future and look for ways in which we can have them on a stakeholders list to communicate with us about their concerns. So that's something how we can, I think we can better address this and deal with it moving forward. Thanks, Carrie.
Take that as a comment. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you to Kari, is there no setback under the telecommunications code or our planning scheme? Does this, where this is being built, does that comply with our setback distances, please? And under the telecommunications code, which surely would have a minimum distance from an existing residence.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Our telecommunications facility code does include a number of acceptable outcomes. Sorry, I can't speak. Which includes things like height and setbacks. However, our planning scheme code, like most codes in Queensland, are performance-based. So there is an acceptable outcome and there is also a performance outcome, and the applicant may offer an alternative to the acceptable outcome, which on assessment can be deemed to comply with that performance outcome. In the case of the setbacks, the closest house is 41 metres from the telecommunication facility to the outermost projection of that house. I'm just reading from the assessment report here, where the officer has said that the habitable windows are well screened by existing trees, which will minimise the visual intrusion, and that the dwelling faces away from the facility, and that conditions requiring additional screening along Stenner Street will assist to reduce the visual impact of the facility.
Just to follow up on that,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Carroll.
I've got it in front of me here where acceptable outcome, where the telecommunications facility involves a freestanding tower, that is, not attached to a building, the following minimum clearance to the tower are achieved. The acceptable outcome is B, 150 metres to residential premise. Well, the performance do not adversely, and that, I'll read that, telecommunications facilities do not adversely impact on the amenity, health or safety of residential premises or other sensitive receiving environments. It's very objective, isn't it? Subjective, because in my mind, 150 metres is a lot different to how far did you say?
41 metres.
41. 150 doesn't even get a third of the way there. Not a third. And I mean, it's not. This is a group report, but I have to express my complete disappointment with this. And unfortunately, it seems to me I wouldn't be happy with it. I'm telling you, I would not be happy with it at my premise. And unfortunately, it seems that our hands, the people who have to deal with the public, our hands are tied and there's nothing we can do about it. And I find that very unacceptable.
Councillor Carroll. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to point out that same point in the report, the 150 metres to a residential premise, and we've cut it down to 41. And I'm also, Carrie, you might have to take this on notice, but you know, there's a whole lot of, so we've been given this map by the residents, mapping out 400 metres in diameter around based on, whereas ours is 150, but you can look at those houses that are impacted that are closer than 150. And I can also see a lot of vegetation to the northeast and the southwest on the golf course. Were other sites considered? Do you know?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Edwina. We can only assess the application that is made to us, and my understanding is that the owner of the land, the City Golf Club, had certain limitations on where they would accept a lease for this new tower because they didn't want it to affect their recreational operations.
Just clarify, Toowoomba, it's the Toowoomba Golf Club, Middle Ridge, not the city, just for the record. That's fine.
So they don't want to upset their operations, but they're fine to upset those living next door with no consultation, as far as I'm aware, and this is not a reflection on council officers, as far as I'm aware, the Middle Ridge Golf Club has not notified any neighbour that will be affected or within that 150 metre radius.
Councillor, I can't speak to that, but there is no requirement under the Planning Act for consultation. Whether or not they choose to do that off their own bat, it seems that they haven't.
Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Tim, Councillor Trevor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, through you. So the two issues that the neighbourhood residents have is, as Councillor Taylor and Councillor Farquhar just mentioned, that 150 metres and versus the 41 metres, and that's I refer also to the handout that Councillor Farquhar just referred to. And you can see there's several houses well within that 150 metres, including one that it might be 41 metres to the house, but it's like 8 metres to that fence line. And the second big concern, in addition to the proximity to existing residences, is the lack of community consultation. And the question is that they weren't consulted about this. And for most of them, I believe, the first that they actually knew about it was when crews showed up last Monday and started construction. So they have that concern about not being consulted as a community. What can they do about that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not a perfect system, Councillor. There is no legislative requirement under the Planning Act for a code accessible application to consult with the community. Many institutions and companies do consultation, which is a completely voluntary thing. In this case, it has not occurred, but there is no requirement for them to do so.
Councillor Tim.
Chair, thanks. Look, circling back, I raised this because there's been significant community concern, and judging by the amount of questions from my colleagues, there's been ample consideration around the table of this. But I suppose your officers have assessed this, and when we say it generally complies, most applications are generally complies, and it's performance outcome or acceptable outcome. So in this case, they have conditioned it for a planning officer for the performance outcome. Now, if I lived 41 metres to the house, 11 metres to the fence, I probably wouldn't want this. I definitely wouldn't want this over my back fence. So I'm wondering if the 400 metres in the Gold Coast planning scheme, when we start to look at our new planning scheme, consideration for those kind of overlays be given to us. I mean, Gold Coast has a lot larger population than Toowoomba region, and they manage 400 metres. Us a lot smaller should be able to with things like, and as Councillor Bill said, we will see more of these phone towers. But second of all, the idea that 35 metres high is code accessible, moving that into the impact accessible when there is sensitive receptors, i.e. neighbours next door, would that, it baffles me that because of where it is, it wasn't impact accessible. So what planning requirements do we need to look at to make these impact accessible when there are sensitive receptors?
Thank you for the question. I will certainly flag with the new planning team that significant work about the telecommunications facility with you as a council should be undertaken so that the appropriate amount of consultation and feedback can be garnered about things like height and setback. So that's certainly something that I will flag with the new planning team. And that's certainly an opportunity to look at things about the levels of assessment and about balancing the needs for essential infrastructure versus the requirements of the community who live in an affected area.
Thank you.
Councillor Trevor?
I'll certainly endorse Councillor Tim's remarks there regarding the new town plan and adjusting it so this never happens again. Also, the initial 150 metres, they obviously come back to us to change it to 41. What's the go there?
It's a performance outcome approach,
Yes.
so it's completely subjective, as Councillor Taylor mentioned. The officer in their assessment report deemed that the location of the houses, the way that they were located, the location of the windows on habitable rooms and the existing vegetation and the proposed vegetation screening that was conditioned would be sufficient to offset the negativity that might be associated with the visual impact.
Okay, yeah, well, it really, yeah, whatever that went through didn't pass the pub test. Obviously, we can see that. And also, just to the Toowoomba Golf Club, obviously not the best neighbour one could have in not informing the residents of what's going on. I wouldn't want a neighbour like that.
Take that as a comment, Trevor. I think we need an answer from an officer with that one. Councillor Bill?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a comment, Carrie. I look forward to the officers' deliberations about this for the new planning scheme, because I just do it with caution, but councillors, because to ask for something to be impact accessible, material change of use, there's such a thing as reasonable and relevant conditions and reasonable and relevant considerations, and lots of things can be encompassed in that discussion when it ends up in court. It might very well be that we have clear and specific guidelines under a code assessment that gives officers certainty and the community, because that's where I suspect planning is going, that lots of things can be drug into the argument quite unnecessarily, but it can be considered a reasonable and relevant condition under impact. So we need to be careful. I look forward to the officers' recommendations around this as it comes forward in the due and correct process around the planning scheme.
Yes, thank you for that comment, Councillor Bill. Impact assessment might not be the only trigger to ensure that there's some better outcomes regarding telecommunications facilities. For example, you could elevate things like setbacks to a performance outcome so that they must meet particular setbacks as a performance outcome rather than as an acceptable measure.
Councillor Rebecca, then Councillor James.
Thanks, Chair.
Wrap this up here. Councillor Edwaina.
Carrie, back onto you were saying that you're receiving legal advice regarding state and federal codes that might be in play in this instance. Do you have an estimated time when that legal advice should land?
I'd like to think we'll have it by close of business tomorrow. I know that some of the residents have raised a particular federal code, but it does not apply to applications where a development application is required. So we're just hunting down the full process of any other codes that might be relevant.
And is it possible for that information to be shared with residents or to have a meeting with residents when that information does come to hand?
Yeah, certainly. Once we have the information and we know what's available, yeah, I'm happy to communicate that.
Thank you.
Councillor James.
I had the same question. So the only thing I suppose I'd add to it, going back to what I mentioned before, so we've sort of got the situation where we've spoken about obviously, you know, future-wise, and obviously then just sort of steps that we've got to where we've got to. So is there any merit in us obviously just doing a compliance check as per work's being carried out now, or was that out of line? Do you know what I mean? Like, just considering the public angst that has come with this, the concern that has surrounded it, and this is not for a suggestion, you know, we're not, but you know what I mean, just to be there, because we know there's an approval there, but there's conditions attached to that particular approval, or would that be, as I said, a step out of line, or potentially more might be known once we get whatever legal advice is received in the next 24 hours, as a thought?
Councillor, most of the conditions are pretty standard, and they relate to things like the provision of vehicular access and carrying out the development in accordance with the approved plans. Look, I could certainly speak to my colleagues in compliance and ask them to do an assessment. There's very little in the conditions, though, that to me have been breached from what I can see. They're still underway with the construction, so I can't really see where they have moved away from compliance with those conditions as yet, but I'm happy to have that discussion with my colleagues in compliance.
Yeah, it might just be worth following up, because I mean, it's one thing, as we know, obviously, to have the compliance notice, on a piece of paper what they have to do, and then actually physically citing what is actually happening and is it following what it's supposed to be. It's just, and as I said, I don't know if that's a step out of line or not, but I was just wondering, just based on, there is significant community interest and concern, regarding this. So maybe because obviously once if we assess it at the end of it, it's there. Yeah.
Take that on comment, and Carrie's taken that on board to just check with her colleagues. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Mayor. Carrie, another comment and feedback I've received from the neighbours is their concern about health and safety and the electromagnetic radiation that they may receive. And I just note here in the report, a delegated report for the MCUC 2023-2765, and on page 1, under health and safety, it says a telecommunications facility must be designed and operated to restrict human exposure to electromagnetic radiation in accordance with the Radio Communications Standard of 2003 and also Radio Protection Standard for maximum exposure levels to radio frequency fields. And I'd just like us to make sure, and you can take this on notice, but understand firstly what they are doing to minimise that, and also make sure that they are restricting electromagnetic radiation, please.
Thank you for the comment. That will form part of our legal advice under the Telecommunications Act. My understanding is that there's certain standards that all telecommunication facilities need to meet. In addition to that, there are a number of conditions in the approval that limit noise from mechanical plant, acoustic amenity noise limits, and outdoor lighting impact mitigation conditions. So between those and the requirements that come from the Telecommunications Act, which we are getting advice on, I'm fairly confident that the work will be undertaken in accordance with those standards, which are also part of the conditions of the approval.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions? Carrie, I've got just a couple for you if I could. So there's no questions from the gallery. Susan? It's the chair's prerogative as to standing orders for council. Okay? That's the standing orders for council. That's what we run by. Carrie, I've got just a couple of questions. The first one is it standard or has this occurred for the planning officer assessing to visit on site to see where this tower will go?
All of our planning officers visit the sites for any development application, and the references in the planning report about the type of trees, their location, window sills and where they're located certainly indicates that they have been on site.
So the second part of the question is, and you should never go down hypothetical, but now we are getting some legal advice from other sources as to regulations. the communication part, it's flown, right? It's flown, it's gone. It's the location now that is obviously of great concern. How it got to there is there. Its location is where it is. So the question is, if the legal advice does come back, hypothetically, and says, look, it needs to be a minimum of 150 metres, whatever it may be, what would potentially be the next step? Like what can actually happen from there? It's hypothetical and puts you on the spot. But the calls from the community, many of which are represented here today, around the location of this and the proximity, and the calls for, council issue a stop work, and I hope the gallery has heard today the process that this has gone through, and that's where we sit at this stage. The thing that could change and potentially could change is any additional advice that you get. But where does that fit this process if it's different to what we have approved?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a code accessible application that is already approved. There are no appeal rights, there are no third-party rights, and it is highly unlikely that the legal advice will come back saying it should be 150 metres or it should be 99 metres or anything that specific. As I mentioned earlier, we work under a performance-based assessment and it's very much subjective. So I would be surprised if the legal advice came back about relocation of the facility. And as I also mentioned, we can only assess the application that's put before us. It is not our role to say, well, no, you should be putting it on a completely different site or anything like that. An application was lodged, it was code accessible, we assessed it and decided it based on that.
Thank you. So the commitment here is that we will receive legal advice, and that will be communicated to councillors, to residents as well, as to what that sits. And it was a hypothetical question, but you've made it quite clear of the position that we're in at this stage. Now, Tim, I'm going to wrap this conversation up at this point. So if this is something different.
Can I have a comment on that? But I do have another question on something completely different in the report.
Good.
Just to say, Carrie, and it's completely operational details that I don't get into, but condition 25 says there's got to be 2 trees at 10 metres high, and at 10 metres they might block out something, but you plant saplings, they'll take 5-6 years to get to that point. So if there can be some discussion around that, I'd appreciate it. So leaving that one, Chair, Carrie, there was over $20 million, 21 million roughly of infrastructure charges this month. Infrastructure charges notices, is that above or par with usual? And if you have to take that question on notice, I'm happy, but love some comment.
My understanding is that a lot of companies were seeking to pay the infrastructure charges early on the understanding that there may be a price rise with the CPI increase issued by the state. So the infrastructure charges team, as I understand it, have been quite busy processing those.
I thought that number was a little high. Thank you for the answer.
Keep in mind there just the notices, as you well truly know, the timing of development, even if they even go ahead, is quite different as well. Are there any other questions in regard to the group report for planning and development? If there's no other questions, the motion then for planning and development is that the planning and development group report be received. Can I have someone moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Councillor Kerry?
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Carrie. I do appreciate that, and I'm sure the residents, although it may not be exactly what they want to hear, can actually understand where we're at, and then we'll follow up as soon as you get that information. Thank you, Carrie. Councillors, we move to item 17.2, which is the water and waste. And Jake, you don't have to go too far. You're right there. Water and waste group report, which is for the month. And Jake, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. I guess in general light of some of the work my team's been doing, as I did last month, I'd like to congratulate a couple of individuals. So As councillors may know, the new manager of strategic water planning and capital delivery has commenced. She started last Monday, second week this week, so she came back from the weekend, which is fantastic. She's really excited and enjoying working in council and taking on the challenge. But what I would like to do is I'd like to thank sincerely two individuals who worked in that area as acting managers for almost 12 months. And that was a gentleman by the name of Toby Milliken and Mustafa Rahman, who were the acting managers over that period of time. So it's a considerable amount of effort that they took on doing their substantive roles as well as an acting manager role for an extended period of time. So I'd like to sincerely thank them.
Toby and Mustafa.
Thank you.
They'll be watching.
They will be now, Mr. Mayor.
They will be
Absolutely.
watching.
Absolutely. In respect to the report, I'd like to take it as read, but I would like to just suggest that whilst there is a lack of figures that you would normally see from the Water and Waste report, that is because when the report was required to be finalised, the month hadn't quite finished. So we will have those figures updated in the January report. So a lot of the standard figures we would normally have done, that the month hadn't completed, or at least the test results hadn't come back for the last month samples and some of those sort of bits and pieces. So we'll have that updated to council in the January report.
Thank you, Jake. Any questions for Jake, councillors? Councillor Tim?
Thanks, Chair. Afternoon, Jake. It's a lovely sound on the roof, except if you're the guy that looks after the dams, and you have to keep it at a certain level for construction. And I note that you're at 77%, as opposed, according to this report, more likely to come in, obviously, in the next few days. Are you and your team ready should you need to work with that number?
So our team is ready, as we always are during this period of time, to stand up and emergency action plans and those sort of processes should our dams go into or activate our EAP, which essentially means if we get a greater than 150 mil rise at Perseverance, or we start to see spilling at Crestbrook, we will be there and ready, observing the dam, making sure it remains safe. Although earlier on in the piece I talked about some of the complexities and delays that the project is experiencing in a result of the complex nature and the complex design that needs to occur, we are working with our alliance partners to make sure that if the dam were to fill, heaven forbid, with this rain, were to fill, where does the design sit in its process? How long can we does it take to draw the dam down? Can we reshuffle construction activities to minimise the opportunity and the potential for delays, noting that we still are progressing through the design phase? So as it stands today, if we get routine or what we would call reasonable or average seasonal rainfall, we are not indicating that we would have to commence any activities or releases than we otherwise would. So we wouldn't have to release any extra water down the creek than we otherwise would as part of our environmental requirements. But that said, if the dam was to fill and spill over the Christmas period, then we'd be looking at assessing that against the timeframes to line so all of the targets line up at the same period of time. We don't want to see the dam lower than it absolutely needs to be right before it needs to be at that point in time. That's the reality of where we're at.
Thanks, Jake. Appreciate that. Any other questions, councillors? Jake, noting that you've already spoken about the Crestbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project, the dashboard, could we suggest, and that Councillor Rebecca mentioned before in regard to a regular communications piece, potentially, that can go through the network of media that we have, just to assist, to keep people up to breast. It's a sight unseen. It's not down the middle of a main street. It's a sight unseen, but nice and I think that would go a long way to assist with you and the dam safety regulator as well, to note that you've been communicating. So if we could make a note of that, Jake, I don't think we need to, unless you want to, Councillor Rebecca, unless you wanted to put an additional section to the draft motion. It says that the Water and Waste Group report be received, that regular updates on the public-facing updates might be useful.
I think that would be a great way forward. Thanks, Mayor, for the suggestion. Thank you, Jake, because you've always been articulate in when we ask for those updates in these meetings, but I just think we're at a point with the project that there's no such thing as too much communication on it. It is such a major piece of work for us. So thank you, Deanne. I can hear the tapping away over there.
And if I may, through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, Deputy Mayor, we are just about to update the website and we'll be providing links. We have a 4D or a motion, stop motion video, which I know councillors have seen, but that'll be available to the public. And we're looking at doing a quarterly briefing to the media and other councillors about exactly what's going on. But we're happy if that doesn't hit the mark, and it needs to be done more frequently to work with councillors as to get the frequency of updates right. Sometimes these big projects move quickly. Sometimes they do take a little bit of time for things to mature.
I'd actually suggest, through you, Mayor, actually monthly, because, I mean, to Councillor Tim's question just then about the dam levels and the rain that we can hear at the moment and is predicted this week, you know, there's Cresbrook, but really my eyes are drawn to Perseverance, because Perseverance is at 97%, and of course if Perso spills, upshoots Cresbrook. So I think there's a lot of moving pieces and it can change quickly. So monthly, thank you so much, Deanne. Monthly public updates be provided, or more frequently as necessary. I come back to that point. You know, this is a really important project for our community, and the more we can give them information about it, I just think the better. It's a lot going into it, and there might be some parts of it that the community's not interested, but you just never know, and better to share everything that we can with them than not. So is it possible, Deanne, to actually change that slightly to say monthly or more frequently as required?
Yep.
Okay.
It's just loading.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Just typing away there.
Not a
Jake,
problem,
thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor.
No problem with that. Any other questions or comments for Jake? If there's not at this stage, here's the motion. Motion's there before us that the Water and Waste Services Group be received and monthly or more frequently as necessary public updates be provided on the Cresbrook Dam Safety Improvement Project. Moved by Councillor Rebecca. Seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Kerry?
Yes.
I note you're down to 3% battery, so we'll keep on pushing through. That's unanimous decision. Thank you. All in favour. Thank you, Jake. Okay, we move then to item 17.3 and welcome GM Mike Brady. Welcome, Mike. Infrastructure Services Group report for December, for the month of November. Thank you.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Councillor Gary.
Could I address I just want to get some clarity, I guess, around the matter of conflicts of interest and the interpretation of ordinary business matters within this chamber. Is that okay if I raise that now?
Councillor, is that anything to do with this group report for ISG?
It is, I guess, yeah.
There's reference in this report?
Yes.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. Bailey, you might come forward to here if you don't mind. So let me just get this open here, Councillor Gary, so I can understand what you're referencing.
Well, it's referencing to applications that are in for road closures, I guess.
So in your resolve books, which attachment is that? Is that attachment 2 or 3?
Yeah, that's the one there, the back where it was.
Attachment 2, page 2.
Yep.
Okay.
18th of November, and if you keep going through, there's another one for the...
Under assessment, there's a GFG and there's FKG.
GFG's been issued.
So there's 2 under assessment. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. One you've said is now finished. Is that right?
No, there's another one if you keep flicking through.
So page 2 and 3. Anyway, the question, here we go, FKG Civil, 19 November, incomplete application. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Incomplete application?
Yeah.
So what's your...
Well, there was...
Mind you, we won't potentially be discussing these in detail, but
Well,
as a
I
group
thought
report.
I was told I had to leave the room because it's a conflict.
That was when we were
Probably.
discussing a matter that's relating to a change in a policy relating to these items. This is just a group report listing an update of what projects are in. We're not voting on, the only vote we're doing here is to receive the report.
Okay.
So there's no need for you to be, unless we discuss those items, then there's a conflict, but we're not, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Well, I was wondering I thought I was told this morning that I was conflicted.
I'll make reference to that. So this morning was in regard to a policy that will affect developments. And under here, which was referenced by the councillor, it references a couple of things. This is just the group report, receiving the group report. So it's separate from a report that's specific to a policy that could affect it. Okay. They're two different things. This is just a group report.
Okay.
So unless someone pulls out your item and starts talking about it, there's no need for you to be declaring any conflict.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't what I was told this morning.
Yeah, no, one was a matter about a policy that was relating to items that could be an incentive, and this is just a group report. So two different things. This is just a group report. And there's nothing to declare. But if someone raises something about that, then it might be an idea. So, yeah, it was, but that was that matter. So all we're doing here is a group report that's noting for receipt of the report from November. So there's nothing to. Mike, hand over to you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. It's good to get to the end of the year. Been a very busy year for all, and no less than the Infrastructure Services Group. Take this moment to wish us all a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and we've got the December report tabled for your consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike, for wishing us a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Appreciate that. Any questions for Mike in regard to the report? Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mayor. Through you to General Manager Mike. Mike, thank you for the report. The first page with text references the Curzon Street petition that came to council at the November ordinary meeting of council. And my question, I suppose, is on, we're still receiving correspondence in regard to this, and it's not just in relation to Curzon Street that we're receiving the correspondence in regards to, as we expected and discussed. We're receiving correspondence in relation to other surrounding streets as well. Can you just give us an update on school holidays almost for the state schools, but the private schools have broken up? Where are we at with that work that's of considerable interest from the community?
Yeah, so we went out last week with a letter to the residents in that, not just Curzon Street, but surrounding streets. So we probably did a little box drop for quite a few hundred homes in that sort of a general East Toowoomba, a block or two in each direction, so to speak, and for the full length of Curzon and Mackenzie Street, from Margaret through to Jellicoe, and then also the other side as well, so it's be the eastern side as well. So obviously by doing that, one, it's good to give people information on what we're doing, but at the same time you will always raise a few flags, obviously, and that's how I see what we're coming in. So it's probably less than 1% of what we've actually gone out with as far as contacts, the letterbox drop that we've done. We're underway this week with pending the weather, with the line marking and the intersection reprioritisations at Arthur and Campbell, so they should be done between now and next week. You may also have noticed we've put in VMS boards. So there's about half a dozen VMS boards directing traffic away at this stage while we're doing roadworks in Curzon Street to use other alternate, particularly Mackenzie Street. So we've got them on the Bridge Street and Jellicoe Street legs as you come up towards Mackenzie Street, indicating to people to use preferably Mackenzie Street. And similarly from the southern side, coming down Margaret Street from the roundabout and from the hospital along Curzon Street again, pointing drivers towards utilisation of Mackenzie Street. So we're going to be using those VMS boards over coming weeks to help direct traffic a little and see if we can get at that bit of a sway in change of behaviour. We hope to move forward in the new year at some point in respect to the crossing at Mater Dei, and we've been in contact with Mater Dei. They've done a little bit of demolition work, pre-work, but they haven't got anything moving forward themselves at this stage. But we have had initial discussions with them. We hope to do that work pending when the design's complete. So it may be done before school gets back, or may be another time to be confirmed. So that's a bit of an update there.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much for that. Again, that may well be another one of those ones to have pretty regular communication, I think, once we get going with that one, just to keep people up to date. Councillor Bill.
Surprise. 2 comments on 2 different... Through you, Chair, Mike, I note with interest some correspondence from TR Bugs. I'm just wondering what's the longer term view on considering the broader stakeholder, stakeholders in the community around the bicycle users group, and not just a group of people in a geographic area. I mean, this is about a road network and how it interacts with the broader network, and how motorists, cyclists, pedestrians, all sorts of public space users, be it on the road or on the footpath, interact. I'm just wondering how that's going to play out. I have some concerns about longer term views rather than just the short term.
So Council signed off on the advisory committees in November. So we've gone out just last week with advertisements for RAPTAC, and also sent letters to those that had been shown previous interest for that'll come back. That membership will come back for council consideration. We hope to get it to the February meeting. That's our hope. If not, definitely March. So that's Regional Active Public Transport Committee, Advisory Committee, the council. So that's our main place where we bring different major stakeholders together. Along with that, we meet very regularly with at an officers level. We've got officers meeting with the bicycle user group, basically here in Toowoomba. I'd nearly say if it's not monthly, it'd be definitely every couple of months. So there's that regular engagement happening, and that they discuss everything from the strategic, new principal links, ways, but also little improvements here and there that can be made, little safety improvements for both from an active transport perspective. There's always a number of responses we get to sort of situations like this that then sort of talk more broadly and want, like reducing all our residential speed limits down to 40 or down to 30 kilometres an hour and things like that, which in an ideal world might be something we could do, but in the state of Queensland, as we sit at the moment, it's probably something that's not going to happen in the near future.
Yeah, no, I just asked the question in the context of the email that I'm sure councillors received, and there were some good points raised, and in my personal opinion, and I just think that we should hasten slowly sometimes about reacting to immediate requests or changes, because it affects other people outside of the immediate vicinities of where the changes have happened on Margaret Street with the lights, because it will always be a thoroughfare. It's not a local neighbourhood road. It is part of a major grid system, and I think we probably need to balance up our decision making around for the benefit of all users, whether they be local or they actually traverse through that part of the city. And this will not be a unique situation as we experience further population increase and further infill around our city and the city extremities, of which these major road networks will become more frequently used, not just by motorists, but by bicycle users as well, and pedestrians. So it's something that I think we need to have a balanced view about moving forward. And as I said, I don't think it'll be an isolated incident. We can't stop the population growing. We can't pull up the drawbridge and say, you can't come and live in our neighbourhood. Otherwise, some of us mightn't be here.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Any other questions for GM Mike? There's no other questions. The motion there before us is that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Have someone moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Kerry?
Aye. Yes.
Approved. Thank you. Unanimous decision. Thank you very much, Kerry.
Councillors.
Thank you, Mike. Welcome, Acting GM Hugh Dunn, Environment Community Committee. This is the group report for the Environment Community Services for November. Welcome, Hugh.
Good afternoon, councillors. Happy to take the Environment Community Services Group report for November as read, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Hugh. Councillor Carroll.
Mr Mayor, and Hugh, I don't know whether this is where it sits. In 2010-11, when the floods came, council's crib and nativity scene was washed away, and there was great angst in the community. We did buy another one. I note it's not outside, usually sits outside here, and quite a few of the community members have asked why it's not there. We've made a decision not to decorate City Hall much this year, but I don't believe that should include the crib and the nativity scene that goes outside here. So, number one, does that sit in Environment and Community? And number two, has there been a decision made not to put it out there? And why not? Because it is Christmas, and I believe it should be there, and so do quite a few people in our community. Thank you.
Hugh, are you in the capacity to answer that at the moment, or would you like to take it on notice?
We can certainly follow up and advise. I'm not. It is certainly ECS, Councillor Carroll, but I'm not aware particularly of that nativity scene. But we'll follow up and advise directly.
For many years, at least the last 5, and I think as it's the true meaning of Christmas, to be quite honest with you, and I do believe we should have it out there. Thank you.
If we leave that to Hugh to get some information on that, Councillor Carroll, might be the case. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Hugh. Just in the, sorry, my screen's gone off, but it was in the park strategy point of view. I was just wondering, through you, Mayor Hugh, just really good to see the progression of the situation with Millmerran and obviously Toowoomba and how that's happening. As I said, sorry, my screen's just gone, similar to Councillor Shine, I might be out of battery, so I've lost, but yeah, it was in there somewhere. I think it's park strategy or park. But is there any more information on where that sort of sits? I think it's one of those ones that we've seen come through and a really good example, as we said, of where, we've been able to work with community to deliver something.
Through you, Chair, thank you, Councillor James. I presume you're referring to Donville Place at Millmerran. So there was a decision of council earlier in the year to proceed with a partnership with the Millmerran Community Group, which is the Millmerran Commerce and Progress Incorporated, and I can advise further to what's in the report is that in December we have signed an agreement. Both parties have signed, so we are able to proceed. The group have advised that they believe they've secured the majority of funding and will be able to complete the project in the next calendar year. So that should proceed now.
Fantastic. Good. Councillor Melissa, then Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Chair. This isn't in the group report, Hugh, but it's a current exhibition, and by the time January comes, it'll be too late. But I just want to congratulate the team at the Art Gallery for an extraordinary exhibition at the moment, and I encourage our community to go and visit. The exhibition is entitled "It's Almost a True Story," and it's a 50-year retrospective of nearly or just over 75 pieces of John Elliott's photography. John Elliott frequents Toowoomba very regularly, loves Toowoomba. He's a consummate storyteller and a self-confessed sticky beak. The exhibition actually shares volumes about his passion and his incredible adventures, not just in Toowoomba but around Queensland and Australia itself. It's a magnificent montage of photography, and Friday night was the opening of the exhibition. I don't think I've seen the gallery that full for an opening exhibition for some time. And then John actually had an artist talk on Saturday, which again was extremely well attended. A really interesting character. He has taken photos of some very well-known identities in Toowoomba, which I'm sure a lot of us would recognise. He is an incredible character, and there's an 8.5 metre photo that is the length of one of those walls in the gallery, which was printed by PhotoPro. The words that John spoke about, many local companies like PhotoPro, Greenridge Press, he's so impressed with Toowoomba and what our businesses here have to offer. He was extremely complimentary about Toowoomba and its people. But the one thing that really stood out to me, which I felt so proud of, was, and I quote, "I doubt I could have had a better show at a state gallery or indeed Canberra." So I really want to congratulate the team on what they've achieved with John, and I know it's been an exhibition many years in the making, so congratulations to you and your team. Thank you very much, and I encourage the community to go and visit.
Totally endorse those comments. Councillor Melissa, having spent a lot of time with John, he's, an amazing individual, that's for sure. Councillor Trevor, you had your hand up for a question or comment?
Yes, and I'll endorse Councillor Melissa's and your comments. I was at the opening and well worth a visit. Just maybe a question on notice, GM Hugh. Official openings at Rosalie and Crow's Nest Galleries. I've had a few people asking why they don't have them anymore. Could you just follow up on that and maybe get back to us?
Yes, I'd have to follow up, but thank you, Councillor Trevor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Any more questions for GM Hugh. If there's no more questions, thank you very much, Hugh, as the acting GM. The motion, therefore, is that the Environment Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Trevor on this occasion. Those in favour? Councillor Kerry?
Yes, still here.
You're in. John, did you
Yes,
put your
yes,
hand up as well at the back there? I saw you put your... I took it on you. Sarah will do the same. We've got one more left for the year, so that's good. That motion's carried unanimously, Deanne, including a couple in the gallery. Okay, let's move to the final one of the 2024 ordinary meeting, 17.5, corporate services, and welcome Acting CEO Anne-Marie Johnson.
Good afternoon again, councillors. Happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Okay, councillors, any questions in regard to the group report for corporate services? Last chance. Is there are no Councillor Shine? Have you got any questions online there?
No, I missed the 1% though.
It's down to 1%. Okay. Thanks,
less
Gary.
than.
All right. Okay. Moved by Councillor Tim that the motion is there before us that the Corporate Services Group report be received. Councillor Tim, Councillor Bill, seconds. Those in favour? Kerry?
Yes.
Unanimous. We just got you in the 1%. Councillors, that does conclude today. As it is the final ordinary meeting, tomorrow we have a special meeting of council of which Councillor Shine was due to chair. However, I'll commence the meeting and then we'll call for a chair from the floor to round out that. So as this being my final one, can I thank Acting GM, thank you Deanne for your great work as well, very much indeed. And thank you to all the GMs and their staff for delivering for this year. And a particular thank you to my colleagues, councillors, wholeheartedly. Personally, thank you very much. We have good, robust discussion, which the community deserves, and that's what we have. We don't agree on everything all the time, although I have to say today there was quite a few unanimous decisions, but that doesn't happen all the time. And that's a good conversation and a good way to be. So thank you for the spirit in which we conducted the meeting today. It was one that we needed to have patience, and we did that at the time we needed to. So thank you, I appreciate it. And all the very best for Christmas and the new year, John and Sarah. Thank you very much. If there was an award for the most attended public in the gallery, you've got it for 2024. So thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone.